Chapter 17:12. Ever since Wang Lin arrived at the altar, he hadn't had time to carefully observe this place. Most of his attention had been attracted by the arm on the altar. Even with his cautious nature, he had scanned the altar with his divine sense, but he hadn't found anything strange. However, after fusing with the ancient ancestors' blood, especially that drop of soul blood, and absorbing Yimo's right arm, he had used the shock wave from heaven ripping to lift the veil on the altar. This sudden change caused Wang Lin's eyes to shine. Why is this altar here? And why is Yimo's right arm here? As Wang Lin pondered, he carefully looked at the altar. This altar was very ordinary, and there was nothing strange about it. If it wasn't for the ripples coming from it, it would be difficult to see anything strange about it. As Wang Lin's heaven-ripping spell dissipated, the ripples on the altar slowly weakened and eventually returned to normal. Wang Lin stood up and left the altar. At the same time, his avatar opened his eyes and stepped forward to overlap with Wang Lin's original body. As the two figures fused, the avatar and original body slowly fused into one. Wang Lin moved his body. After there was no discomfort, he looked back at the altar. A moment later, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his hands formed a seal. Restrictions flew out and spread out before Wang Lin. There were nearly 1 million of them. He pointed forward with his right hand, and the 1 million restrictions flew toward the altar. They circled around the altar and landed one by one. Every restriction would cause the altar to tremble slightly. As more and more restrictions landed on the altar trembled even more violently. In the end, a thunderous rumble echoed, as if the altar was going to collapse. Due to the violent tremors, fine cracks appeared on the altar. Not long after, some stones fell off and turned into powder that scattered in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with caution, and his hands formed a seal. More restrictions flew out and slowly landed on the altar. This caused the altar to tremble even more and more rubble to fall. After the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the altar surroundings were filled with debris. From a distance, it looked as if it were surrounded by fog. The altar had shrunk a great deal, and there were even more cracks on it. The strangeness of this altar might very well lie inside. However, there's an indistinct power inside that changes my divine sense when I enter it, making it impossible for me to see it clearly. Wang Lin stared at the altar and placed down nearly 1 million more restrictions. As the countless restrictions surrounded the altar, it began to rapidly disintegrate until only half of its original size remained. Just at this moment, the altar was filled with cracks. One of the cracks seemed to extend into the interior of the altar, and a crimson light immediately flashed out from the crack. The shape of the light was changed by the crack, and when it spread out in the shape of a fan. It was as if a gem hidden under the mud had a hole opened in it and was giving off light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared at the crack that gave off the red light. He raised his hands and controlled the countless restrictions around him. They all charged toward the crack. However, at the instant they closed in on the cracks, another ray of red light shot out from one of the cracks. Soon after, a third, fourth, fifth, a total of more than 10 rays of red light shot into the sky. As they intersected with each other, red ripples spread out from within them. When a large amount of restrictions touched the red ripples, they were like snowflakes touching charcoal. They let out a sizzling sound and immediately dissipated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. All the restrictions disappeared without a trace under the red light, as if they were natural enemies. Wang Lin stared at the altar that had shrunk by more than half, and his eyes shined brightly. This red light is very familiar. This altar, could it be? Wang Lin trembled. The moment the red light from the altar closed in on him, Wang Lin raised his right hand without hesitation and grabbed forward. Yimo's giant arm appeared behind him and grabbed the void in front of him. Heaven ripping. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his right hand tore outward. He used all the power of Yimo's right hand and fused all the power of his 8-star G god, Guyao, and GMO. This tear was enough to split the heavens. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the red ripples from the altar twisted violently. It seemed to be torn apart before Wang Lin and collapsed. The cracks on the altar also collapsed. Under the power of Wang Lin's heaven ripping, the cracks suddenly collapsed. The red light seemed to want to resist, but it couldn't stop it. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the altar collapsed completely. Large amounts of rubble were blown into the air. What appeared before Wang Lin was an octagonal pool of blood that gave off a blinding red glow. An aura that Wang Lin was familiar with spread out from the blood pool. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to be filled with ecstasy. So it's this. There was a clan in the ancient star system called the Sealing Extermination Clan. This clan had a spell called Three Life. To cultivate this spell, one needed the complete altar of the Sealing Extermination Clan. However, for some reason, the altar was split into three and disappeared into the vast star system. No one knew where it went. Wang Lin had obtained the brilliant Void Blood Ancestors' Blood Pavilion by chance. The Blood Pavilion was one of the three altars. Later, he learned of the Three Life spell and obtained the second altar from Gu Yao in the Luo Tian. As for the third altar, Wang Lin had searched for it but couldn't find it. When he saw the bloodlight, a rumble echoed in Wang Lin's mind, and he had a guess. He was now completely sure that the aura from the blood pool, the blood pavilion, and the other altar were the same. This was the aura of the Sealing Extermination Clan. Three Life spell. I didn't expect to obtain the last altar at this time. If I learn this spell, my overall strength will increase greatly. Wang Lin's heart pounded. He had been tempted by the Three Life spell back then. Now that he saw the last altar, the ecstasy in his eyes clearly revealed his feelings. Without hesitation, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the altar he obtained from Jiyao in the Luo Tian flew out. Shortly after, the Blood Ancestors' Blood Pavilion also flew out. A woman had entered the Blood Pavilion before. This woman could be considered an old friend of Wang Lin's. However, over the years, her body had dissipated inside the Blood Pavilion, leaving only a trace of her soul. The three altars appeared at the same time, and the blood light they released fused. It was clear they were coming out at the same time. Wang Lin had obtained the method to cultivate the Three Life spell from the memories of the woman from the Sealing Extermination Clan in the ancient Dao tomb. After pondering a bit, he sat down. The Three Life spell of the Sealing Extermination Clan is dangerous. However, compared to the benefits, the danger is worth it. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void, and a clan mark that gave off a ghostly glow appeared in his hand. This clan mark was stained with some dried, brown blood. This was the clan mark of the Sealing Extermination Clan. Back in the ancient Dao tomb, Wang Lin had pulled it out from between the eyebrows of the woman from the Sealing Extermination Clan who wanted to kill him. Staring at the Sealing Extermination Clan mark in his hand, Wang Lin pressed his right hand against the spot between his eyebrows. A burning sensation came from between his eyebrows, and the Sealing Extermination Clan mark extended out countless tentacles that drilled into Wang Lin's body. This bit of pain couldn't move Wang Lin at all. His expression was calm as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Use the mark to open the underworld. I have the Sealing Extermination Clan mark. Summon the ancestral spirit of the Sealing Extermination Clan and turn it into the Sealing Underworld Blade. Kill 3 souls, kill 3 gods, and kill 3 bodies. The moment Wang Lin's voice echoed, the blood he had coughed out fused together in a strange manner. It floated before him and rapidly moved. At the same time, the red light from the 3 different altars was absorbed by the moving blood. Slowly, the blood transformed into the shape of a long saber. The saber wasn't very large, only about 3 meters long. It was blurry, and there were overlapping shadows within it. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel that it was limited. Through his divine sense, Wang Lin immediately saw that there wasn't one blade, but 3 blades overlapping each other. They gave off a strange aura. Wang Lin roared, "Kill 3 souls." The blade suddenly rose and silently chopped down from above Wang Lin's head. This blade pierced through Wang Lin's head and went through his entire body. Wang Lin's body trembled and his face turned pale. His soul felt unimaginable pain, as if it was going to collapse, but he forcibly endured it. Slowly, two souls floated out from Wang Lin's head. However, just as the blade sliced through Wang Lin's body, it seemed like it couldn't withstand the power of Wang Lin's soul and directly collapsed. The three overlapping sabers were now only multiplied by 0, forming a double shadow. After Wang Lin's soul fused with the ancient ancestor's soul blood, it had become an ancient Tao soul. How could the sealing underworld blade cut through it? If it wasn't for the fact that this blade was made of Wang Lin's essence blood, it wouldn't have been able to cut through Wang Lin's soul. Even after killing 3 souls, the blade couldn't withstand the backlash from Wang Lin's soul. It had to shatter and disappear from the world forever. Chapter 17:13. Wang Lin endured the pain and let out a roar. Kill the 3 souls. As he roared, the double shadow blade suddenly rose and a blood-colored light spread out from Wang Lin's body. This blade caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. His origin soul was split into 3 parts by the mysterious power of the sealing extermination clan. At the same time, the blade collapsed into fragments. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and roared without hesitation. Kill the 3 bodies. As he roared, the blade that no longer had any overlapping shadows and only had one shadow left was no longer silent. It gave off a heaven-shaking howl as it chopped down on Wang Lin for the 3rd time. There was a thunderous bang when the blade slashed down on Wang Lin's body. As it collapsed, Wang Lin's body was split into 3 parts. 3 parts of the body, 3 parts of the soul, and 3 parts of the origin soul flew toward the 3 different altars of the sealing extermination clan. After the 3 altars absorbed the 3 parts of Wang Lin's soul, the blood-colored light became even more intense. They surrounded each other and slowly rotated. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, the blood-colored light on the 3 altars gradually weakened, but it continued to flicker. It wasn't until the second 7 days passed that the blood-colored light completely disappeared. The moment the blood-colored light disappeared, a powerful aura erupted from one of the altars. This aura was so powerful that the altar couldn't withstand it and eventually collapsed. As it collapsed, a Wang Lin walked out. At the same time, another altar trembled violently and suddenly disintegrated. The rubble was blown away and the altar collapsed to dust. The second Wang Lin walked out from the crack. Shortly after, the last altar, the blood pavilion, exploded layer by layer. Ancient Tao aura rushed into the sky. The blood pavilion couldn't withstand it and collapsed. The third Wang Lin walked out of the destroyed blood pavilion step by step. The first Wang Lin opened his mouth and said, 3 life spell. The second Wang Lin calmly said, 3 life spell. The third Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he muttered, 3 bodies return to 1. The moment these 3 sentences came out of the mouths of the 3 Wang Lin's 3 bodies took a step forward. In an instant, they overlapped, and after a long time, they fused into one person. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he floated among the stars. He felt the vitality in his body. There were 3 parts, and each part was equal to all of his vitality. 3 life spell is indeed strange. With this spell, I have 3 lives. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with confidence. He raised his right hand, and there was the soul of a woman in his palm. This woman was his old friend who was hiding in the blood pavilion. The grudge between us is written off. I'll send you into the reincarnation cycle. Take care. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the woman's soul disappeared without a trace. He looked back at the remains of the 3 altars, and regret appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. My soul and body are too powerful. The sealing extermination clan's altar couldn't withstand the impact of splitting into 3 and collapsed. From then on, I no longer have the 3 life spell. Wang Lin shook his head. What he had split into 3 was not only his ancient Tao bloodline, but also his avatars. It could be said that his everything was split into 3 parts, and when they fused together, he had 3 lives. My fleshly body has obtained Daoji's bloodline, and my demon god has reached 8 stars. It's time to leave this place, but before I leave, I need to completely refine the ghostly sail. If I can completely understand it, my restriction might be able to transform into the 7th essence. Once the restriction essence appears, my cultivation level will go from the mid-stage of Spirit Void to the late stage of Spirit Void. With the Ancient Tao bloodline, I should be able to battle against late-stage Arcane Void cultivators. There's also the battle essence. Everything I comprehended back then turned into the Star of Law, and it will take some time to adjust. If I can also form an essence, then I can reach the peak of Spirit Void. Wang Lin muttered as he sat down. He waved his right hand, and the ghostly sail appeared. The restriction essence is secondary. The most important thing is that since the ghostly sail was used as an illusion by Fan Shanming, then it must contain the Great Soul Sex Illusion Dao spell. The Illusion Dao is the key, and I need to study it. If I can comprehend it, perhaps I can use this treasure to find the 3rd soul, like the 7-color Taoist. Right now, it all depends on who can find the 3rd soul first. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Various clues appeared in his mind as he slowly deduced them. I don't know what the 7-color Taoist saw in the illusion, but from his anger, he shouldn't have found where the 3rd soul went to reincarnate. Aside from him, there is also the old Devil Jean. He is also looking for the 3rd soul, but I don't know his method or thoughts. However, I can't underestimate those two. They caused the war between the inner and outer realms to find the 3rd soul. Now that the war is over, they might be using the war to find the 3rd soul. Originally, it was only the 2 of them looking for it, but the appearance of the 4 generals and the celestials of the ancient celestial realm is the 3rd force. They're also looking for it. There is also the Na clan of the 5-element planet. They have been hiding here for countless years, and now they are about to surface. 3rd soul, who the hell are you? Wang Lin silently pondered, and his thoughts gradually became clear. Only by finding the 3rd soul can I go to the door and open it to bring everyone into the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them after a long time. His eyes were calm, and he was no longer thinking about these things. He was about to observe the ghostly sail in his hand. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression suddenly became serious. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. He suddenly looked into the distance, and his expression gradually became gloomy. I missed one person. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He suddenly thought of a person. If someone said that person was dead, he wouldn't believe it. Tian Yunzi. This person obtained the heavenly Dao blood back then. Although the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said there was a problem with the blood, Tian Yunzi couldn't have died because of it. He never appeared, and even during the war between the inner and outer realms, he disappeared without a trace. His schemes are amazing. He has schemed against me many times, and now he is hiding in the dark. How could he forget about me? Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. The 7-colored celestial sovereign split into 3 souls and 7 fragments, and the 3 souls have evolved to this day. As for the 7 fragments, I only know that Shimizu is one of them. The other 6 have speculated that this Tian Yunzi, is he one of the 7 fragments, or he is the 3rd soul? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the image of the 7-colored illusion appeared in his mind. The 3rd soul had crossed the summoned river and entered the brilliant void. If the 3rd soul ended up in the brilliant void, then Tian Yunzi is the most likely. However, if he is really the 3rd soul, it would be too easy to find him. Is he, or is he not? Wang Lin frowned. He couldn't guess what Tian Yunzi was thinking. From when he became Tian Yunzi's disciple until now, Wang Lin's dread of Tian Yunzi had always existed, and it had only deepened as Tian Yunzi became more mysterious. Tian Yunzi devoured a large amount of his disciples, and I saw 3 of his avatars in his mind. Back then, I didn't understand what he was doing. I just thought he was trying to reach the 3rd step. But now, perhaps he is using his 3,000 avatars to gather Joss flames. But it is also possible that he is doing it for another purpose. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't guess what Tian Yunzi was planning. The heavenly tribulation in the ancient celestial realm also didn't contain Tian Yunzi's fate soul. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and slowly suppressed his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this. As time passed, he would slowly find out. His eyes lit up as he looked at the ghost face sail in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he could see that there were countless restrictions inside the sail. There were 4 great restrictions, and there were others. If I want to give birth to a restriction essence, I must fuse all the restrictions inside the sail into one. That way, an essence will appear. Wang Lin muttered as his divine sense entered the sail and spread out. Restrictions appeared in his mind. He first needed to know how many restrictions there were on the sail. As his divine sense spread out, the sail moved without any wind in Wang Lin's hand, and the ghostly face on it became even more ferocious. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days went by. During these 10 days, Wang Lin didn't move at all. All his attention was focused on the sail. Millions, tens of millions of restrictions flashed by in his mind. It wasn't until the 6th day that Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He slowly raised his head. They can evolve on their own, so I can't calculate the exact number. Wang Lin frowned and rubbed his temples. During these 10 days, his mind was very tired. This is a perfect combination of restrictions contained in this sail. I must break it perfectly so I can fuse the restrictions. Wang Lin stared at the sail, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and reached out with his left hand. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword appeared in his hand. Holding the blood sword, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he suddenly slashed down. There was a thunderous bang as the blood sword pierced through the sail and tore a hole in it. The moment this hole appeared, Wang Lin's divine sense entered the sail like crazy. Shortly after, the ghostly face on the sail became ferocious and howls came from it. At the same time, a gust of wind came from the hole and countless restrictions flashed. They surrounded Wang Lin, filled the endless void, and finally covered every inch of the crack in the cloud sea. The crack in the cloud sea was completely occupied by restrictions. The restrictions were like a storm that circled the star system. Wang Lin's figure was submerged by the countless restrictions. When a restriction storm that occupied the entire star system dissipated, Wang Lin's restriction essence would be complete. He would have the power to fight late-stage arcane void cultivators. Starting tomorrow, it will erupt. Brothers, sisters, and fellow cultivators, forget about the end of the month. In the next few days, give us your monthly votes, and let's pull open the gap. Chapter 1714. In this cave world, whether it was the inner mansion or the outer mansion, even if it was a spatial rift that existed in the starry sky, it was rare for there to be as many restrictions as there were now. These seals were originally just runic symbols, but because there were too many of them, they were so densely packed together that they could no longer be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen was a layer of misty, dark light. As the light howled, it twisted and spun, and it looked like a boundless storm. This spectacular scene was destined to only be felt by Wang Lin. Even the fierce beasts inside the crack in the cloud sea chose to avoid this storm of restrictions. The fierce beasts were filled with terror as they escaped from all directions. This scene was like a beast tide. As the fierce beasts charged out of the crack, it only took a few days for the crack in the cloud sea to be filled with countless fierce beasts. They didn't go too far, but they trembled as they looked at the crack with fear in their eyes. The beast tide in the crack in the sea of clouds had attracted the attention of many people. Some people wanted to go in and see what was going on, but the storm of restrictions in the crack made all those who tried to go in cower in fear. The storm inside the crack in the cloud sea was still raging, and the howling of ghosts echoed. In the depths of the large amount of restrictions, Wang Lin sat there with his eyes closed. His pupils were covered by his eyelids, and there was a flash of deduction within them. The ghostly sail had been cut open by Wang Lin, and now it had formed a storm of restrictions. Wang Lin didn't panic at all, as all of this was within his expectations. His body and mind were calm as he continued to deduce the origin of the restrictions. Restrictions were actually formations, and to comprehend their origin required a powerful divine sense. Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of spirit void, so his divine sense was powerful enough to comprehend this origin. At this moment, his divine sense spread out and shrouded the spatial crack. As he continued to deduce the origin of the restrictions, the number of restrictions within his divine sense gradually decreased. This decrease didn't mean the restrictions disappeared, but they were fusing. Every two restrictions would fuse together to form one. As time passed, the speed of the fusion grew faster and faster. In the end, in almost every breath of time, many of the restrictive spells would dissipate and new ones would appear. The origin of the restrictions is the power of calculation. This calculation includes Luo Tian's ability to deduce the future and change the direction of one's fate. This requires a powerful divine sense. I couldn't see how Tian Yunzi deleted this spell before, but now it looks like this Tian Yunzi has hidden his shocking attainments and restrictions. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. He had always been afraid of All-Seer. This person was always in the dark like a gaze from behind, always making people feel uncomfortable. But when he turned around to look, he couldn't find the source of the gaze no matter how hard he tried. 7 days later, the restriction storm in the crack had shrunk greatly. Almost half of the restrictions from before had disappeared, and they had all fused together. However, Wang Lin couldn't relax at all. He found that although the restrictions had fused together, they could still evolve endlessly. If he couldn't fuse them all together in one go, then they would quickly evolve into even more. Even now, the restrictions that only had half of them left showed signs of splitting. Just one split would be enough to make all of Wang Lin's previous efforts go up in smoke. His divine sense was like a giant net that wrapped up all the restrictions. His eyes flashed, and he once again used his divine sense to deduce and compress the restrictions. The more time passed, the more difficult it was for Wang Lin. His divine sense seemed to be split into countless parts, and under this endless deduction, he silently fused the restrictions. 10 days passed in a flash. The area that Wang Lin's divine sense covered had shrunk by half again. As the restrictions continued to fuse, the number of restrictions decreased, but the splitting power had almost reached its peak. Wang Lin didn't move, but his expression was extremely serious. He had already used all his divine sense and deduction to find the opportunity to fuse the restrictions for the third time. After a long time, another 10 days passed. When a small portion of the restrictions started to split, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Restrictions are formations, and formations are grandiose. There are formations in the world, and they are laws. Humans also have formations, and they're like fate, and they're like trajectories. To put it bluntly, the restrictions of the array formation were the rules that the cultivators had set for themselves. Using this law to shake the world, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of understanding. As he muttered, the restrictions covered by his divine sense suddenly fused together. This was the third fusion. After this fusion, there were only about 10 million restrictions left around Wang Lin. However, these 10 million restrictions were all complete, without any flaws. They also contained powerful auras. It would be very difficult to fuse them again. Wang Lin's face was pale. Fusing 3 times was his limit. Trying to deduce and fuse the restrictions into one was much more difficult than he had imagined. He couldn't relax in the slightest. This invisible pressure forced Wang Lin to divert some of his attention to control the restrictions. This made him even more tired. Restrictions fuse. Wang Lin let out a roar. His divine sense suddenly strengthened and gathered from all directions. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the 10 million restrictions around Wang Lin. Under this pressure, The restrictions gathered together and were forcibly fused by Wang Lin. However, this fusion was only halfway through when a few of the restrictions collapsed. They didn't disappear, but they split several times over. As they split, more restrictions collapsed one after another. As a result, in just a few breaths of time, the 10 million restrictions increased greatly. This forced Wang Lin's divine sense to expand, making it impossible for it to shrink. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If he didn't stop this, his deduction and fusion would fail. His body flickered, and he immediately walked out of his original body, leaving only his clone sitting cross-legged on the ground. The moment his original body appeared, the aura of the Taoist Tao roared. Wang Lin's original body moved, and the ancient demon body appeared. At the same time, the GMO body condensed and moved to the other side. In the end, the remaining ancient god body flew backward, forming a triangle with the ancient demon body and GMO body. Restrictions fused. Wang Lin's avatar's expression was ferocious, and he let out a roar. His divine sense once again condensed like crazy. At the same time, the three ancient clan avatars formed by Wang Lin's original body released their cultivation and fused with his divine sense. This caused the pressure to increase greatly. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Whether it was the restrictions that were splitting or the restrictions that were fusing, all of them were forcibly fused together by Wang Lin's original body and his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions around Wang Lin decreased by a large amount. In the end, there were less than 5 million restrictions around Wang Lin. This was the fourth fusion. These 5 million restrictions were like 5 million wild horses that didn't want to be controlled. They all gave off a shocking light. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's divine sense covering them and the restriction of his original body's 3 bodies, they would have immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils were filled with blood vessels. The blood vessels connected together as if they contained some strange law. Everyone had a double limit. They all had pupils, and they all had blood vessels. However, the shape and number of blood vessels were different for everyone. These blood vessels were the result of Wang Lin's exhaustion. They were also the result of his deduction over the past few days. They were also the method he came up with to create the restriction essence. Restrictions fused for the 5th time. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and his 6 essences appeared. The moment the 6 essences appeared, the stars trembled and turned into 6 swords. They flew into the sky and then fell down. There were 2 swords around each of his original body's 3 bodies, and they surrounded Wang Lin's avatar in the middle. The moment the 6 swords descended, the 5 million restrictions were once again forcibly fused together. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and it didn't take long for the restrictions to fuse together for the 6th time, 7th time, and 8th time. The number of restrictions fused again and again. There were even some restrictions that didn't fuse 2 restrictions together, but 3, 4, 5, and so on. As a result, after the 8th fusion, there were only a few thousand restrictions left around Wang Lin. These few thousand restrictions all contained the 4 great restrictions, and some didn't belong to the cave world. They were all hundreds of feet wide and emitted rumbling sounds as they rotated around Wang Lin. Staring at the restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes became even more bloodshot. 372. That's enough. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and hit his chest with his right hand. This hit caused him to cough out a mouthful of blood. After this mouthful of blood appeared, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the blood turned into 3,172 portions that flew toward each of the restrictions. Blood restriction, fused for the 9th time. Wang Lin let out a roar and used his blood as a medium to fuse the 3 restrictions once more. This time, a monstrous blood light shined and the restrictions overlapped with each other. As the blood light became more intense, there were only 9 restrictions before Wang Lin. These 9 restrictions were 10,000 feet wide and looked like small mountains. They gave off an ancient aura as they floated in the starry sky. However, The moment the 9 restrictions fused together, one of them suddenly collapsed and split into countless pieces that swept out in all directions. Shortly after, the other restrictions shattered at the same time. This sudden change gave Wang Lin no time to think. He raised his right hand and pointed at his right eye. With this, a blood mist sprayed out from Wang Lin's right eye. Within the blood mist, the shadow of a giant pupil appeared before Wang Lin. This pupil was filled with countless bloodlines. First, Chapter 17:15. What were laws? Very few people could explain it clearly. Even the difference between laws and laws was something that countless people couldn't find even after thinking about for tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin was also confused about this. Sometimes he thought he had figured it out, but most of the time, he was constantly denying his previous speculations. Laws, and the formation of the world. This was the answer that Wang Lin thought of now. What was the world? The world of the cave world was the heavenly Tao. But what was the heavenly Tao? What did it, him, or her rely on to determine laws and laws? How did they come into being? Wang Lin didn't understand. Even though his battle essence had turned into a new law, he still couldn't understand it. He only knew that whether it was law or law, they were invisible. However, if one looked at them as corporeal, there would be lines that wrapped around everyone, all living things and all living things. Just like the stop spell, where countless fuzzy lines wrapped around the enemy. These lines were Wang Lin's understanding of laws and laws. Every line was different, but when they were anchored together, they formed different laws. The will contained within these laws was the law. This was the world. This was the heavenly Tao. Restrictions, in Wang Lin's understanding, were created when the world was created. Some of the earliest living beings began to worship the world, then they began to doubt it, and, in the end, they began to question it. They began to imitate the laws and laws in the face of all kinds of changes, or maybe they didn't change. This was a technique that was born. This technique was an array. It was a restriction. Over the past few days, Wang Lin wasn't studying the differences between restrictions, but he was searching for his own understanding of the origin of restrictions. In his opinion, if those invisible threads were the nomological laws, then if a person really wanted to perfectly obtain the restriction source, they would have to condense their own threads. These lines had to be based on their own body, and they had to be completely their own in order to succeed. Thus, when he slashed down on the ghostly sail and tore it open, he thought of a method. This method was to use the blood vessels in his eyes. By using the bloodlines in his eyes to form the laws of the world and fuse them with the restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes would give birth to an existence similar to the world. His eyes were the restriction origin, his own laws, and his thoughts were the will of the laws. No one had thought of this method before. Wang Lin was the first. He was very bold and meticulous. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. At this moment, the illusionary right eye appeared, and the bloodlines in the pupil were clearly visible. As Wang Lin let out a roar, the bloodlines in the pupil flew out and shrouded the large amount of restrictions that were collapsing. At this moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed it against his left eye. His left eye appeared and once again formed a giant pupil. After these two pupils appeared, bloodlines flashed and filled the area. The restrictions fused with the bloodlines, and after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, there were no restrictions left. The only thing left were the two giant pupils covered in bloodlines that floated in the starry sky. With a thought from Wang Lin, the two illusionary pupils rapidly shrank and disappeared from Wang Lin's eyes. At the same time, Wang Lin closed his eyes. His three true bodies fused back into his true body. He took a step forward and finally fused back together. The divine sense that spread out returned to Wang Lin's body. It overlapped with the avatar with his eyes closed and slowly condensed. Finally, the 6 swords formed by the 6 essences circled around Wang Lin. The aura of the essences caused Wang Lin's body to look a bit blurry. Everything in this starry sky calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Only Wang Lin was sitting there motionlessly. However, A powerful aura slowly spread out from his body. This aura was formed by the powerful mid-stage spirit void cultivation. The moment Wang Lin's aura spread out, it seemed to be boiling and showed signs of increasing. This aura became stronger and stronger, and as it spread out, the 6 swords formed by Wang Lin's 6 essences buzzed. This sound seemed to be cheering for the 7th essence. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened at this moment. His eyes revealed a gaze that would terrify anyone who looked at them. His gaze had no color, but if anyone looked at his gaze, their mind would tremble and they would have the illusion that his gaze was blood red. At the source of that gaze, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. These bloodshot lines intersected like the laws of the world, and even more so, the laws of the world. Each bloodshot line contained a restriction. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept the starry sky. He saw countless blurry lines. These lines were the laws of the world. He raised his right hand and gently flicked it. It looked ordinary, but in Wang Lin's eyes, his right hand had flicked a line that others couldn't see. The moment he flicked the line, a piece of ice appeared out of thin air in the distance. This ice appeared too suddenly, and the moment it appeared, it froze the area. When Wang Lin's right index finger released the invisible line, the ice in the distance collapsed into countless pieces of ice that scattered in all directions. A large piece of ice shot toward Wang Lin and disappeared 100 feet before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as his right hand flicked another invisible line. The starry sky far to his right suddenly collapsed, and a giant black hole appeared. An endless suction force came from it and devoured the surrounding dust. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his right hand formed an incantation seal, and he pointed 3 inches between his eyebrows. Gradually, his eyes shone with a monstrous red light. It was possible to see the bloodshot lines changing trajectories in Wang Lin's eyes. They slowly gathered together, and as he felt the pain in his eyes, they formed one line. One line. This red line was formed by all the bloodshot lines. It wasn't vertical like the eyes of a python, but rather, it lay horizontally between Wang Lin's eyes. The red light gathered at the tip of Wang Lin's right hand. Gradually, the light became even more resplendent, and the color changed from bright red to a ghostly glow of restrictions. After a long time, Wang Lin lowered his right hand and pointed forward. A ghostly glow appeared, and a long sword slowly took shape. It appeared in front of Wang Lin. This sword was illusory, and there seemed to be countless restrictions inside it. The moment this sword appeared, Wang Lin's long hair moved without any wind, and popping sounds came from his body. His aura increased, and it gradually climbed from the mid-stage of Spirit Void to the late stage of Spirit Void. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and clenched his right hand. The increase in his cultivation allowed him to simply clench his fist, but caused the surrounding space to tremble. It was as if he had grabbed the space in his hand. Wang Lin slowly stood up and waved his sleeve. The 7 swords formed by his essences flew into his body and disappeared. As Wang Lin's right hand reached out, the ghostly sail that had a gap in it appeared in his hand. His eyes lit up, and the moment Wang Lin looked at the sail, the gap in the sail healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the sail was whole again. The ghostly face on the canvas was still as ferocious as before, but at this moment, Wang Lin felt a sense of familiarity. This ghostly sail had completely become Wang Lin's treasure. The illusion of the great soul sect on the immortal astral continent is also a type of restriction, and it is part of the restriction essence. Restrictions are false, just like law. If you say it exists, then it exists. If you have the ability to ignore it, then it doesn't exist. This is illusion. It is similar to true and false, but completely different. Although I've comprehended the restriction essence on my own, it isn't powerful. It is only formed with my own body as the foundation. The true restriction essence requires one to turn one's body into the world. One's own law becomes the law of the world, and one's will becomes the law of the world. This is difficult difficult. Wang Lin silently shook his head. He put away the ghostly sail and walked forward step by step. There are still a lot of things I need to do. I also need some time to study the illusion on this ghostly sail. However, it is time to leave this place. Wang Lin's figure gradually disappeared as his white hair fluttered in the wind. Wang Lin's harvest on this trip to the Cloud Sea was great. He had become an 8-star ancient Tao cultivator, reached the Spirit Void stage, obtained the ghostly sail, and formed an alliance with Fan Shanlu. Most importantly, he vaguely saw a way to find the third soul from the seven-colored Taoist. At the same time, on the immortal astral continent, a rare battle was taking place in the Celestial Clan. It was very difficult for people on the ground to notice this battle. Their cultivation levels weren't high enough, so they weren't qualified to know. For the cultivators on the ground, they only saw that the sky had been hazy over the past few months, as if there was fog slowly moving. Xian Luo, your cultivation level is a lot weaker than before, and it should be time for you to reincarnate. I wonder if you have found a protector. If not, I can gift you one. Dao Yi, you've been bothering me ever since I entered the land of the immortals. If you continue to stop me, I will slaughter your entire Dao Yi sect. Xian Luo's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. Kill my entire Dao Yi sect? Since you're so anxious, you must have an important matter to attend to in my celestial clan. The place I, Xian Luo, want to go is an important matter. Are you going to move or not? Xian Luo disdained to play tricks, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Second night, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 17:16. There was a large amount of fierce beasts gathered outside the spatial crack in the Cloud Sea. These fierce beasts were still filled with fear. They couldn't forget the restriction storm that drove them out of the spatial crack a few months ago. However, the spatial crack was their home, and they were unwilling to leave. As time passed, the beasts grew more and more irritated. However, none of them dared to enter the fissure. Muffled groans could be heard echoing out in all directions. It was at this point that a white-robed figure slowly walked out of the fissure. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding beasts began to back up. They clearly felt an aura from Wang Lin that made their hearts tremble. Wang Lin walked out from the spatial crack and calmly looked at the large amount of fierce beasts before him. He didn't stop and disappeared. It wasn't until a long time after Wang Lin left that the surrounding fierce beasts slowly approached the spatial crack. They carefully entered, and after finding that there was no more danger, a large amount of them entered the spatial crack. Wang Lin moved through the void. Sometimes he would appear, and often he would disappear. When he reappeared, he would be far away. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to arrive at the edge of the Cloud Sea Star system, where the new celestial realm was located. The floating continent was surrounded by a silver river. The gentle light spread out, illuminating everything in the surroundings. There were also ripples of restrictive formations spreading out from it, protecting the celestial world. Looking at this place, Wang Lin's expression was no longer indifferent. He had created this place, and it was his home in the cave world aside from Suzaku. There were many people he was familiar with here, so he couldn't give it up. Although the Silver River formed by the Summoned River Celestial Realm has restrictions, they aren't powerful enough. Before, Wang Lin didn't have the ability to make the restrictions around the Silver River stronger, but now he could. Wang Lin didn't enter the Celestial Realm first. He stood outside the Silver River and looked at it for a moment. The bloodlines that had disappeared reappeared in his eyes and gave off a strange red glow. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. The bloodlines in his eyes silently appeared before him and shot toward the Silver River. At this instant, the bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and the bloodlines around him fused with the Silver River. This caused the Silver River to give off a faint, blood-colored glow. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at the stars. In his eyes, the blurry lines of law appeared once more. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of lines of law moved like waves. They gathered from all directions and surrounded the Silver River. This way, The celestial realm will be safe during the calamity of finding the third soul. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and then stepped toward the Silver River. The moment he entered the celestial realm, Master Hong Shan and company immediately noticed him and awakened from their cultivation. Their expressions changed, and they flew into the sky. Qing Lin, Shimizu, Situ Nan, Master South Cloud, and company all stood in the sky. They looked at the white-robed figure in the distance and smiled. Even more people that Wang Lin was familiar with noticed this. When they saw the white-robed figure, smiles appeared on their faces. Wang Lin looked at the familiar faces and the warm smiles before him. He also smiled. He saw Red Butterfly standing beside Shimizu. The father and daughter had clearly recognized each other. He saw Qing Shuang behind Qing Lin. Far away from Qing Shuang, there was a depressed man in the crowd. This man stared at Qing Shuang with a complicated expression. There was sorrow in his eyes, but there was also satisfaction. He was Zhou Yi. Wang Lin also saw Zhou Ru. In his heart, even though Zhou Ru was already an adult, she was still a child. Beside Zhou Ru, the tiger also accompanied her. As his gaze swept by everyone, Wang Lin smiled and softly said, "We're home." Those 3 words caused the entire immortal world to burst into cheers. The western part of the immortal world had originally been a vast expanse of empty land, but now it was occupied by a group of people from the predestined planet. This was the Blue Silk clan. Dao Master Blue Dream sat outside a hut he had built himself. He looked at the sky and revealed a smile. His daughter, Li Qingmei, wasn't with him. She was in closed-door cultivation. Dao Master Blue Dream thought that Li Qingmei's cultivation level wasn't high enough. So after bringing the Blue Silk clan to the celestial realm, he told her to go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend his essence. After a brief conversation with many of his acquaintances, Wang Lin left. Situ Nan, Zhou Ru, Big Head, Shi San, and others followed Wang Lin to the northern part of the celestial realm. They settled on an endless mountain range. During this time, Wang Lin also went to see Dao Master Blue Dream. When he found out that Li Qingmei was in closed-door cultivation, Wang Lin didn't know why, but he felt relieved. Perhaps he didn't know what to say if he saw Li Qingmei again. He couldn't even tell if his relationship with Li Qingmei was kindness or love. Kindness doesn't equal love. Li Qingmei's soft words echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's words still echoed in Wang Lin's ears. The new celestial realm was like a paradise, far away from the disputes of the outside world. They didn't care about the people searching for the third soul in the inner and outer realms. Due to Wang Lin's return, the cultivators here seemed to have the confidence to live peacefully here. Wang Lin lived on the mountain, and there was a very simple house there. This was Wang Lin's home. Zhou Ru was unwilling to leave and stayed by Wang Lin's side like a daughter. She would sometimes look at Wang Lin with a gaze filled with attachment. Looking at Zhou Ru, who had grown up, aside from warmth, Wang Lin also felt pain. He felt pain because he thought of Li Muin and everything that had happened on the Shizuku. He felt like he had let down Wan Air. However, no one knew his pain, and no one could see his pain. More than 2,000 years of time was thick enough to hide everything about him. There was also Shi San and Big Head. The 2 of them cultivated with Wang Lin, and with Wang Lin's occasional guidance, they gained a lot of enlightenment. Wang Lin had already given Big Head's soul blood to him and released his servant seal, allowing Big Head to regain his freedom. However, Big Head still didn't choose to leave. He would sometimes look at the sky with a depressed expression and reminiscence in his eyes. Wang Lin knew that Big Head was homesick, but Big Head's home was no longer there. The painful memories of his childhood had become very precious, and he was reluctant to part with them. Shi San was a simple person and didn't think too much. His only thought was to cultivate and become his teacher's strongest disciple. When his teacher needed him, he would give up everything, including his life. As for Situ Nan, he spent most of his time drinking with Wang Lin. Occasionally, he would laugh heartily and pat Wang Lin's shoulder. His expression was one of happiness, as if he had forgotten all his worries during their reunion. Occasionally, when he was drunk, He would look at Wang Lin and shake his head. He wasn't sighing because of Wang Lin's growth, but because he hadn't been a king for a very, very long time. Zhou also came once. His melancholy expression grew even stronger as he drank with Wang Lin. He didn't say a single word, but instead drank one cup after another with Wang Lin. Finally, he gave Wang Lin a deep look, smiled, nodded, and left. His back looked bleak as he left. He was still trying to get Qing Shuang to acknowledge his existence, or at least to remember him. No matter what the result was, he would choose to wait. He would wait for that day to arrive, even if it took a lifetime. Soon, Wang Lin spent a month in the new celestial realm. During this month, he took out the celestial grade pavilion he obtained from the Thunder celestial realm. He took out all the celestial spells and gave them to Qing Lin and the others. They would arrange for these celestial spells to be passed down so that the overall strength of the celestial realm would increase. At the same time, outside the immortal world, the signs of chaos were slowly appearing. The method the four generals of the ancient immortal realms used to search for the third soul was a little unique. It was as if the four of them joined forces, as well as many other immortals. They set up a strange bloodline formation and continued to search for the third soul. Of course, there were also some special methods that no one knew about. Not even Wang Lin knew about this. Aside from the four generals and the ancient celestials, old Devil Jean didn't do anything. His divine sense was locked onto the four generals, and he watched them search. He didn't hide his thoughts at all. The four generals naturally understood, but strangely, they didn't give up searching. It was as if they had something to rely on and didn't care. As for the seven-color Taoist, after he left the Cloud Sea, he summoned the sovereign and the celestial imperial concubines to the brilliant void and began searching. He seemed to have used some kind of spell. This spell was the chance the seven-color Taoist had obtained after countless cultivators died during the war between the inner and outer realms. Wang Lin was also searching for the third soul. During this month, he had spent most of his time studying how to use the ghostly sail to master the illusion spell. This kind of matter was very slow. Although he was anxious, there was no quick way. However, compared to searching for the third soul, there was still a thorn in Wang Lin's heart that he needed to pull out. Even if he couldn't pull out, he had to figure out where this thorn was and how it was going to be fatal. This thorn was Tian Yunzi. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had schemed against Tian Yunzi, but this was the first time he was going to resolve this 1,000-year entanglement in one fell swoop. Tian Yunzi, where the hell are you hiding? Wang Lin sat outside the house, and his eyes lit up. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in Tian Yunzi's soul that he had kept in his mind. He was going to use this soul to find where Tian Yunzi's original body was and kill him. If Tian Yunzi wasn't eliminated, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to feel at ease. This person was the biggest variable aside from the third soul. Chapter 1717. Using Tian Yunzi's avatar soul to calculate Tian Yunzi's location. This was Wang Lin's idea. He closed his eyes and saw Tian Yunzi's avatar that he had imprisoned and fused with. Over the years, Wang Lin had used Tian Yunzi's avatar to calculate a chance of survival, which had been a great help to him. If it wasn't for the fact that as his cultivation level increased, he could vaguely sense Tian Yunzi's existence, which was a great danger to him, and Wang Lin wouldn't have provoked Tian Yunzi. After all, in Wang Lin's heart, Tian Yunzi was very mysterious. He had never felt this from a second person before. Where is he? What kind of scheme does he have? Wang Lin frowned as his mind fused with Tian Yunzi's avatar and began to deduce. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin sat outside the house and didn't move at all. His mind was completely focused on Tian Yunzi's avatar. As he fused with it, he vaguely had the illusion that he had become Tian Yunzi. This was not the first time he had felt this feeling. In truth, when he faced Taoist Water's crisis, Wang Lin had already experienced this. As he fused with it, Wang Lin's mind slowly became calm. Although he didn't open his eyes, the celestial realm below him seemed to exist in his heart. The sun, moon, and universe seemed to exist in his eyes. Nothing in the world could escape his calculations. This kind of feeling could make a person inflate endlessly. Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten his own name, as if he had become a part of the All-Seer. As the fusion became even closer, his divine sense spread out. It no longer surrounded his body, but spread out in all directions. In this way, Wang Lin wanted to use the connection between Tian Yunzi and his avatar to find Tian Yunzi. However, if he wanted to do this, he would have to completely fuse with the avatar and become Tian Yunzi's avatar. This was not the first time Wang Lin had used this method. He had carefully thought about whether there was any danger, but in the end, he didn't find any clues. Just as Wang Lin fused with Tian Yunzi's avatar, in the summoned river, a meteor several dozen feet wide was slowly floating. Tian Yunzi was sitting inside the meteor and revealed a strange smile. His white hair fluttered strangely, giving him the air of a celestial. However, this was washed away by the smile on his face, making him look gloomy. His eyes slowly opened and shined brightly. The smile on his face became even wider, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the meteor. He saw the figure sitting in the celestial realm at the end of the galaxy. "You are indeed worthy of being the old man's good disciple. You can't escape from me. The higher your cultivation level, the more help you will be to the old man, and the more benefits you will get." 7 essences. Good. The All-Seer smiled and raised his right hand as he muttered. He slowly clenched his fist, and the moment he clenched his fist, a wave of karma essence aura spread out from his palm. This was the karma essence. It was indeed the karma essence. The left hand controls life, and the right hand controls death. The old man also knows this. Tian Yunzi placed his left hand on his knee. Aside from the karma essence, a second essence appeared in his hand. It was life and death. When the eyes are closed, they are false. When the eyes are opened, they are true. The true and false essences gathered in Tian Yunzi's eyes. What was even more shocking was that a raging flame appeared in Tian Yunzi's left eye, and a bolt of thunder flashed across his right eye. I know all of these. The old man also has the slaughter essence. A vague vortex appeared between Tian Yunzi's eyebrows. Another Tian Yunzi appeared inside the vortex, wearing a gray robe. Very good. The old man has all of these essences. All that's left is the 7th essence. Tian Yunzi's eyes flashed, and a large amount of blood vessels appeared in his pupils. In a short period of time, these blood vessels occupied every inch of his pupils, and gradually, restrictions appeared. However, the restrictions in the blood vessels in his pupils still needed some time to completely fuse with the blood vessels. Right now, they were slowly expanding, and it wouldn't be long before Tian Yunzi understood all of the restriction essences. To use the blood vessels in your pupils to form the laws of the world. To use your own will to become the laws of the world. My disciple, you really surprised me. This method is something that no one has ever thought of before. Very good. You are indeed worthy of being the heaven-defying child that I spent countless years divining. My plan will be completed by you. It will be completed. Tian Yunzi licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with excitement. This was an expression that was rarely seen on the usually calm Tian Yunzi. I have a tree that has been planted for 2,000 years, and it has already bloomed. However, it is not time to harvest the fruit yet. I still need to send out some nourishment. Tian Yunzi's eyes flashed, and large amounts of restrictions filled the blood vessels in his eyes. In a short period of time, they had already taken up 30% of the blood vessels in his eyes, and they were still growing. However, it was at this moment that Tian Yunzi's expression suddenly froze, and the smile on his face disappeared. Even the rapidly spreading restrictions in his eyes suddenly stopped. In the new celestial world, at the top of the mountain where Wang Lin's house was located, Wang Lin, who had been meditating outside his house for 5 days, suddenly opened his eyes and forced himself to separate from Tian Yunzi's clone. His expression was gloomy, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He looked down at his body and frowned. Strange. Why do I feel like when I fused with Tian Yunzi's clone, I lost some of my essences? Wang Lin carefully examined his 7 essences, but no matter how he looked at them, they didn't decrease at all. This made him feel slightly relieved, but the doubt still filled his mind. My essences didn't decrease, but why do I have that feeling? Could it be an illusion? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he merged his mind with Tian Yunzi's clone again. However, just as he was about to completely fuse with Tian Yunzi's clone, he suddenly stopped the fusion and stood up. His expression was as gloomy as winter ice. Wang Lin looked up at the sky with a cold gaze. No, this feeling can't be an illusion. There's something wrong with Tian Yunzi's clone. Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit the spot between his eyebrows. A wisp of smoke-like soul was pulled out from between his eyebrows and turned into Tian Yunzi's clone in Wang Lin's right hand. The soul of Tian Yunzi's clone sat there motionlessly. What exactly is the problem? Staring at the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and carefully searched it. However, in the end, he found nothing, which made him even more confused. There are no clues, and my essences haven't decreased at all. This is all just my feeling. Could it be that my feeling is really wrong? There is some connection between Tian Yunzi's clone and his original body. This connection is a way for me to find the Tian Yunzi, but right now, I feel like this connection, or rather this clone, is part of Tian Yunzi's plan. Wang Lin was shocked. He couldn't believe his own speculation. Back in the demon spirit land, I used Sundered Night to kill Tian Yunzi's clone and took it for myself. Could this also have been done on purpose by Tian Yunzi? This is simply too outrageous. What happened in the demon spirit land appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Even now, he still couldn't find any trace of Tian Yunzi doing it on purpose. Looking at the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone, Wang Lin's expression kept changing and became even more gloomy. He couldn't figure it out. While pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the southern part of the celestial realm, under a towering mountain range. This mountain range was covered in snow. It was a snowy mountain. The cold wind howled, and there were specks of crystal-like snow in the wind. When the wind blew on his face, it gave off a bone-piercing chill. Wang Lin jumped up from the foot of the mountain and charged toward the top. The cold wind hit his face, but it couldn't stop his body at all. When he got close to the mountainside, Wang Lin saw Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang was wearing white and looked at the world before her with a bleak expression. There was a hint of struggle and reminiscence in her eyes. Behind her, Zhou, he seemed to be whispering something. His gaze toward Qing Shuang was filled with gentleness and love. They didn't notice Wang Lin's arrival, and Wang Lin didn't disturb them. He walked past them and arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a white pavilion there that was surrounded by celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy formed a giant vortex in the sky that swept in all directions. Even from far away, one could clearly see it. Outside the pavilion, Wang Lin walked out from the void. The door to the pavilion silently opened. Qing Lin was wearing a blue robe and looked like a scholar. He smiled at Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, it's rare for you to come here. What business do you have with me?" Although Qing Lin had once said that he would take Wang Lin as his disciple, as time passed, he no longer mentioned it. Given Wang Lin's current cultivation and identity, Qing Lin naturally changed the way he addressed him. Only by doing this could he show his respect for someone who walked the same path as him. Long ago, I heard that Senior Qing Lin was good at calculations. "Wang, I need Senior to protect me and help me make some calculations." Wang Lin clasped his hands and looked at Qing Lin with a serious expression. "Okay, I will do my best. Just tell me what you need me to do." When Qing Lin saw the serious expression on Wang Lin's face, he immediately put away his smile and spoke in a low voice. "The soul in my hand is the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone in the brilliant void. Tian Yunzi is very good at calculations, and I don't know where he is hiding right now. I'm worried that something might happen to him. So, I want to use the soul of his clone to find him." But, after explaining what had happened, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone appeared in his hand. Qing Lin's expression became serious after hearing what Wang Lin had to say. After Wang Lin finished, his eyes shined brightly as he stared at the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone. So there's something like this. Let me take a look at this soul first. Qing Lin lifted his right hand, grabbed the soul of Tian Yunzi's clone, and looked at it with rapt attention. First update. Chapter 17-18. After a long moment passed, Qing Lin frowned. He pulled his divine sense back from Tian Yunzi's soul clone and handed it back to Wang Lin. There's nothing wrong. This soul clone is no different from an ordinary soul clone. It's extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. You haven't noticed? Asked Wang Lin. How about this? I'll merge with it, and you can send your divine sense into my body. Let's see if there are any changes to my essences. Qing Lin nodded. It was extremely dangerous to allow someone else to enter his body while his mind was completely merged with Tian Yunzi's soul clone. If that person had any improper thoughts, it would be very harmful to Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin trusted Qing Lin. Although he hadn't met Qing Lin many times, the things that had happened between them over the years were enough to earn him trust. Qing Lin sighed inwardly when he heard Wang Lin's words. He knew a bit about Wang Lin and knew that he had always been a cautious person. For him to say something like this showed how much trust Wang Lin had in him. Wang Lin didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged in front of Qing Lin, and in front of him was the soul clone of Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin closed his eyes and sent his divine sense into Tian Yunzi's soul clone. Slowly, he began to merge with it. Qing Lin's eyes shined brightly as he swept away all the distractions in his mind and focused on observing. His divine sense spread out and entered Wang Lin's body to carefully look at everything inside Wang Lin's body. Qing Lin was startled for a moment, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. 7 essences. I've only heard that he has 6 essences. 6 essences is unimaginable, but now I see 7. How in the world did this Wang Lin cultivate? 7 origins, this is too shocking. Qing Lin gasped, and his gaze when looking at Wang Lin was very shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the moment his divine sense entered Wang Lin's body, not only did he sense the power of origin, he also sensed something that made his heart tremble. It was as if he was an ant facing the heavens. This aura that shocked him was the power of Wang Lin's bloodline. The aura in this bloodline was ancient and distant, as if it existed with the heavens and earth. It was as if all living beings had to bow their heads and worship and tremble in fear and awe. This aura was extremely domineering. It was as if the slightest bit of disrespect would destroy all reincarnations and erase one's life. Qing Lin's face immediately turned pale. His body swayed, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. The gaze he used to look at Wang Lin was no longer one of shock, but one of fear. I only know that he has the body of an ancient god, but the aura of his bloodline is definitely not that of an ancient god. What kind of aura is this? How can it be so terrifying? After a while, Qing Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and forced his mind to observe what was happening when Wang Lin was fusing with his soul. At this moment, Wang Lin was fusing with Tian Yunzi's avatar's soul. As he watched, Qing Lin's expression suddenly changed. He could faintly feel the 7 origins inside Wang Lin's body, especially the restriction origin. Without Wang Lin's control, a small part of the restriction origin had split off and was operating on its own inside Wang Lin's body, as if there was some kind of strange power controlling it. Wang Lin didn't notice any of this. He just felt that something was wrong. As Wang Lin and Tian Yunzi's soul fused more deeply, the small part of the restriction origin moved even faster and circled around Wang Lin's body. Something's wrong. The more Qing Lin watched, the more strange he felt. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Stop spell. With one point, Wang Lin's body trembled. His body stopped moving for a moment, and all the operation and fusion was stopped by the stop spell. At the same time, Qing Lin's finger, which was on Wang Lin's forehead, moved down and pointed at Wang Lin's chest. He pulled his finger out, and a ghostly light came out from Wang Lin's chest. This ghostly light wrapped around Qing Lin's finger. Qing Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the ghostly light. This was a small part of the restriction origin that was operating on its own. Qing Lin's divine sense moved and gathered on the thin thread. The moment it fused with his divine sense, his mind rumbled and the world before him became chaotic. When his vision became clear, he saw a familiar starry sky. This starry sky was the summoned river. The thread of Wang Lin's restriction origin that was operating on its own was actually brought here. Qing Lin's divine sense was an illusion. He saw that there was a thread before him that extended into the starry sky without a trace. A cold light flashed in Qing Lin's eyes, and his body flickered as he followed the thread forward. I want to see if it's Tian Yunzi's true body playing tricks, or if it's someone else. Qing Lin's expression was gloomy as he disappeared and followed the thread into the distance. It didn't take long. About half an incense stick's worth of time later, Qing Lin had already traveled quite a distance. However, it was at this moment that, in the starry sky ahead of him, where the thin thread extended, a seven-colored glow appeared. The moment the seven-colored light appeared, an ancient voice echoed through the starry sky. Qing Lin, this is not something you should care about. Get the old man out of here. As the voice appeared, the seven-colored light flickered violently and suddenly turned into a giant sickle. This sickle swept horizontally and slashed down at Qing Lin. This sickle occupied almost the entire starry sky. As it slashed down, the starry sky trembled. Qing Lin's eyes narrowed and his hand formed a seal. Star, moon, sun. 3 lights protect the body. 3 swords open the river. Qing Lin's body was surrounded by starlight, moonlight, and sunlight. In an instant, they collided with the sickle. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the sickle collapsed. However, its collapse caused Qing Lin's body to tremble and his figure to disappear. Inside the celestial realm, on the snow mountain, the thread wrapped around Qing Lin's right hand collapsed. His body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. His face was extremely pale. Wang Lin's body also trembled. The stop spell dissipated, and he separated from the fusion. He opened his eyes. I haven't seen Tian Yunzi, but I saw the seven-colored light. When you fused before, the restriction essence in your body activated on its own and was extended into the summoned river by some mysterious force. I followed it and was cut off by the seven-colored sickle, Qing Lin said slowly. Summoned river. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Qing Lin pondered and slowly said, if my guess is correct, the soul of Tian Yunzi's avatar in your hand should be the connection between you and him. Through this soul, he can steal your essence. However, how'd he do it? Why was he able to steal your origin energy with just a clone? There's still one thing that I don't understand. If he really stole your origin energy, why didn't your origin energy decrease at all? Furthermore, the divine ability that he used earlier was also very strange. That divine ability might seem simple, but in reality, it contained the power of the entire starry sky. It doesn't seem like an ordinary technique. Qing Lin's eyes revealed a pensive expression as he slowly spoke. That's right. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. However, he was also thinking about these questions, but he couldn't figure them out. Perhaps he chose a method similar to inscribing. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, an ancient voice echoed across the snow mountain and entered the ears of Wang Lin and Qing Lin. In my early years, I heard of a spell called the Reincarnation Integration Spell. As the voice echoed, a ray of blue light appeared in the sky and shined on the snow mountain. Tao Master Blue Dream's figure appeared inside the blue light and walked toward this place. Qing Lin greets Senior Tao Master. Qing Lin's expression became serious, and he clasped his hands at Tao Master Blue Dream. Reincarnation Integration Spell? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Tao Master Blue Dream stood on the snow mountain and smiled at Qing Lin. Then he looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. I heard of this spell from the sovereign. It is said to be one of the spells of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. However, even the seven-colored celestial sovereign didn't seem to be able to cultivate it. The main point of this spell is to view each reincarnation as one's own avatar and use a strange method to devour each other. Only then will there be hope to cultivate it. However, there are some complicated parts that I haven't seen before, so I don't know about them. However, I know that if an avatar is obtained by an outsider, then the person who obtains the avatar will become one with the avatar in a short period of time. Once you become one, you can devour more of the other and obtain all of the aura of that person, including their cultivation base. However much essence you have, the other person will have. This divine ability is far too vicious, but once you cultivate it, it will be extremely powerful. From what I can see, your condition matches what Qing Lin described earlier, and the soul in your hand, I'm confident that you've been hit by someone else's reincarnation integration magic. Wang Lin silently pondered. Tao Master Blue Dream slowly said, however, although I don't know the specifics of this spell, any spell has a way to break it. The reincarnation integration spell is the same. If you can devour it, your cultivation level will increase. Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes shine brightly. I'll help you find the person who used this spell on you. I want to see how talented this person is to be able to cultivate a spell that not even the seven-colored celestial sovereign managed to cultivate. However, if you want to kill him, you'll have to do it yourself. You have already fused with this avatar, and your reincarnation cycle is connected. Perhaps this is a great fortune for you. Tao Master Blue Dream raised his right hand, and a monstrous blue light appeared in his hand. The dazzling blue light condensed in his hand, and he pressed it directly between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's mind rumbled, and everything before him was illuminated by the blue light. In the blue light, he saw the stars. The stars rapidly rotated before him, allowing him to see the summoned river. He also saw a meteor floating deep within the summoned river. There was also Tian Yunzi, who was sitting inside the meteor and suddenly opened his eyes in shock. His gaze overlapped with Tian Yunzi's at this moment. Second update, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1719. Tian Yunzi. Everything before Wang Lin collapsed, and the blue light around him dissipated. He charged into the sky and disappeared from the celestial realm. He walked out of the silver river in the outer region. Qing Lin looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. No problem. To dare to scheme against my son-in-law, this Tian Yunzi won't live for long. Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had always been protective of his own people, and in his eyes, Wang Lin was the same as his nephew. Although his words were calm, he was angry in his heart. He waved his sleeves and disappeared from the snow mountain. Qing Lin's eyes flashed as he also took a step forward and soared into the sky. Before he left, Qing Lin's divine sense spread across the celestial realm. Senior Master Hong Shan, Senior Master South Cloud, fellow cultivator Wang Lin was schemed against by someone named Tian Yunzi. I'm going with him. Are you two willing to come with me? In the central area of the celestial realm, Master Hong Shan's aura rushed into the sky. He didn't hesitate to charge into the sky. After him, Master South Cloud pondered for a bit and didn't go. He chose to stay here. After all, there weren't many third-step cultivators left in the celestial realm, so it was a bit disadvantageous. Wang Lin charged out of the Silver River and merged with the world. When he reappeared, he was in the summoned river. His expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. There were still many things he didn't understand, but Tao Master Blue Dream's words made him understand one thing. Tian Yunzi had been scheming against him for a long time, whether it was on the Suzuka star system or in the demon spirit land. Back then, I saw through his scheme and miscalculated on me once. In a short period of time, he schemed again and used his avatar as bait. This person, Wang Lin, must kill him. No matter what kind of thoughts or plans he has, it doesn't matter even if I don't know about them. As long as he's dead, everything will be over. Wang Lin's killing intent was thick. His entire person was like an unsheathed sword, rushing towards the stars. His speed was rumbling, and sometimes he would merge with the heaven and earth as he quickly headed towards the place his divine sense saw. All of this happened in an instant. Tian Yunzi's expression changed as he sat on the floating meteor in the depths of the summoned river. Just a moment ago, he felt someone looking at him with a divine sense. The moment their gazes met, he immediately recognized that this divine sense belonged to Wang Lin. With his cultivation, he shouldn't have been able to find this place so quickly. Someone is helping him, and this person is not Qing Lin. The all-seer's eyes lit up, and he stood up. Just as he was about to walk out of the meteorite, he suddenly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the meteorite and looked outside. This caused the all-seer's expression to become gloomy. So fast, a ray of light flew by in the distance outside the meteor. Wang Lin was inside the ray of light, and his eyes were locked onto the meteor. His right hand formed a fist, and he moved even faster. The ray of light closed in on the meteor and collided with it. A thunderous rumble echoed as Wang Lin's fist landed on the meteor. The meteor collapsed into pieces and was pushed back into dust. There were even destructive ripples reverberating, as if this punch was going to punch a hole in the starry sky. There was a flash of seven-colored light, and Tian Yunzi appeared in the distance. His hands formed a seal, and the destructive ripples dissipated before him. Tian Yunzi! Wang Lin raised his head and stared at Tian Yunzi as he stepped forward. Tian Yunzi's expression was calm, and he didn't panic at all. The moment Wang Lin closed in, flames suddenly appeared his left eye and turned into a sea of fire that spread out before him. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The sea of fire before him immediately turned into a flame rosefinch. With a roar, the giant rosefinch flapped its flame wings and charged at Wang Lin. This scene didn't shock Wang Lin. He had been prepared for this when Tao Master Blue Light spoke. Now that he saw his fire essence being controlled by Tian Yunzi, the only thing he felt was even more killing intent. As the flame rosefinch closed in, a flame also appeared in Wang Lin's left eye and turned into a giant flame rosefinch that charged forward. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking and rare. Two giant flame rosefinch, each occupying half of space, collided from two different directions. Behind the two rosefinch, Wang Lin and Tian Yunzi's white hair danced in the wind. Their gazes seemed to penetrate the rosefinch and meet at the place where they collided. The confrontation of the fire essence and the collision between the rosefinch and the rosefinch set off a shocking heat wave. Thunderous rumbles echoed through space, and a large amount of cracks appeared in space. Waves of destructive heat swept in all directions. Under this thunderous collision, the two rosefinch collapsed at the same time and turned into countless flames. Half of them swept toward Tian Yunzi, and the other half drowned out Wang Lin. Just as the flames that filled everyone's gazes collapsed, thunder appeared where the all-seer was. Bolts of thunder gathered from all directions and turned into a giant nine-headed thunder dragon. The nine-headed thunder dragon roared at the sky. Each of its 9 heads contained thunder and lightning. It pierced through the collapsing flames and rushed toward Wang Lin like a bolt of lightning. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He was familiar with the thunder essence. When he saw it, he didn't stop. As he rushed forward, his right eye flashed, and he turned into a giant bolt of heaven-splitting thunder that charged at the 9-headed thunder dragon. With a bang, the thunder essence collided with the thunder dragon just as the flames collapsed. The thunderous collision caused Wang Lin's face to turn pale, but he didn't retreat. He pierced through the collapsing thunder dragon and was less than 100 feet away from Tian Yunzi. A smile appeared on Tian Yunzi's face as he watched Wang Lin approach. He shook his head slightly and raised his right hand. His 5 fingers reached out toward Wang Lin and clenched into a fist. Wang Lin's action was the same as before. The moment he clenched his fist, the two of them pulled at the same time. Both of their bodies trembled. Tian Yunzi's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back, but his eyes were still calm. Your spells, your essence, everything you have, I know them all. Wang Lin retreated and stared at Tian Yunzi. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger, and a large amount of blood vessels appeared in his eyes. My essence, my spells, you know them all. Then what about this? Wang Lin raised his right hand and touched his eyes. With this, two giant eyes appeared on his left and right sides. These eyes were filled with blood vessels and looked like rules. Restriction essence, with the blood vessels in my eyes, descend as rules. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the two giant eyes flew forward. They instantly expanded and became endlessly large. At this moment, the blood vessels in his eyes separated and filled the starry sky. At a glance, everything here was covered in blood vessels. The layers of blood veins contained restrictions. Like a spider web, they directly wrapped around All-Seer. Kill restriction. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the blood vessels around him became sharp. They swept toward Tian Yunzi like they were mincing meat. You and I have become one. You're my avatar. So what if I let you kill me? A strange smile appeared on Tian Yunzi's face as his body was sliced apart by the countless blood vessels and dissipated under Wang Lin's gaze. As he died, the aura of a soul that only Wang Lin could see floated out from where Tian Yunzi's body was disintegrated and headed toward Wang Lin. It didn't matter if Wang Lin was willing or not. It immediately entered his body and fused with the soul of Tian Yunzi's avatar, causing the avatar's soul to become a bit stronger. At the same time, the moment the soul of Tian Yunzi's avatar became stronger, Wang Lin immediately felt Tian Yunzi's aura appear in another part of the summoned river. Wang Lin silently pondered as he took a step and disappeared. In that direction, there was a cultivation planet. There was a basin on the planet, and it was surrounded by withered plants. There was only an old man sitting there. He had a head of white hair and was wearing a white robe. He opened his eyes and revealed the same smile. As he shook his head, his eyes were bloodshot. Those bloodshot eyes were complete and contained restrictions. Giving him a soul in exchange for the restriction essence is worth it. However, his cultivation level isn't high enough. He should be a bit stronger. If that's the case, I'll be one step closer to my plan. All-Seer's eyes were filled with anticipation. Reincarnation Immortal Arts. This art really is mysterious. Now that I've awakened my memories, I know that I'm not the first person to awaken. I've already awakened 97 times. This will be my 98th awakening. Tian Yunzi took a deep breath. As the bloodshot eyes disappeared, he stood up and looked up at the sky. He should be catching up soon. As he spoke, the clouds above the planet churned, and Wang Lin walked out. He looked down at the earth and stared at Tian Yunzi. When he saw Wang Lin appear, the smile on Tian Yunzi's face became even wider. The next time will be in that direction. The All-Seer raised his right hand and pointed to the right. His finger drew an arc and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. With this, his finger completely penetrated his skull. With that strange smile, the All-Seer's body suddenly collapsed and a sliver of his soul flew out. Wang Lin was startled and the soul entered his body. Looking at the spot where Tian Yunzi's body had disappeared, Wang Lin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What the hell is he going to do? Wang Lin silently pondered. He immediately sensed Tian Yunzi's aura in the direction Tian Yunzi had pointed to in the summoned river. That aura seemed to be calling out to him, waiting for him to arrive. The third update has arrived. The monthly votes are very close, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1720. The wind blew by on the cultivation planet and passed by Wang Lin. However, it couldn't take away the chill in Wang Lin's heart. He silently floated in the sky and slowly raised his head to look into the distance. In the distance, Tian Yunzi's aura became stronger and stronger, revealing a strange sense of arrogance. In Wang Lin's eyes, he seemed to see a giant shadow before him. This shadow was Tian Yunzi wearing a white robe. The white robe covered a lot of Tian Yunzi's body, revealing only a pair of eyes that looked at Wang Lin from afar. All of this was fake, a trance caused by the chill in Wang Lin's heart. Waiting for my arrival, Wang Lin murmured, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Wang Lin was not a reckless person. He had the mind of a demon. In a battle with All-Seer, what was needed was one's wits. Tian Yunzi is good at calculation. He lured me to various places and let me absorb his avatars one by one to strengthen the avatar's soul inside my body. In the end, he will achieve his goal. Could this goal be possession? On the surface, it should be possession. However, with Tian Yunzi's unpredictability, he likely has another goal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the world before him. This Tian Yunzi effortlessly copied all the essences I obtained after experiencing countless life and death situations. How could this be so easy? I don't believe he can perfectly obtain all my essences. This is simply impossible. Wang Lin stepped forward and charged toward the source of Tian Yunzi's aura. Wang Lin, don't believe it. Since you, Tian Yunzi, want to lure me there, then I'll go. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes lit up as he pondered. The reincarnation body, if Tian Yunzi can completely master it, then his cultivation level will be unimaginable. Over the countless years, Slaughter must not be the first person he chose to fuse with his avatar. This means that before me, there were others who suffered the same fate. Their essences were all copied by Tian Yunzi. However, if this is the case, then Tian Yunzi's essences will not only be the ones he stole from me. He will have a lot more essences, but if this is the case, then this reincarnation body would be too incredible. Wouldn't all the Grand Empyreans on the immortal astral continent fight to the death for this spell? If this is the case, then what Tao is there to learn? What essences to comprehend? As long as I learn the reincarnation body, then what Grand Empyreans, what celestial ancient country? They're all ants. I'm sure that there must be a huge flaw in this spell. This flaw is enough to be fatal. Apart from this flaw, it's hard to say whether or not this spell can really copy the origin. As Wang Lin moved through the stars, he recalled the battle with Tian Yunzi's essences. Fire, thunder, karma. Those clashes of essences appeared in Wang Lin's mind. They slowly flowed, and he carefully observed them. There are no clues. Wang Lin frowned and suddenly stopped. His eyes shined brightly, and he began to ponder. A moment later, he revealed a decisive gaze and disappeared without a trace. In the summoned river, in another direction, the All-Seer was sitting on a piece of rock floating in the starry sky. He looked ahead, and there was a strange smile on his face. This time, I came a bit late. Disciple, compared to teacher, you're still too young. Shortly after, a ray of light flew by and ripples echoed. Wang Lin closed in and was very fast. In an instant, he was less than 1,000 feet from the All-Seer. He landed on a piece of rock and met the All-Seer's gaze. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin didn't speak and only looked at Tian Yunzi. Then he suddenly smiled, and Wang Lin sat down. His gloomy expression disappeared and was replaced with calmness. Tian Yunzi, are you satisfied with Wang's quintessence? Wang Lin smiled, and his expression was carefree. It's not bad, but it's a bit lacking. It's not enough to satisfy the old man. Tian Yunzi also smiled and nodded. It's a pity that quintessence is difficult to comprehend. After all these years, I've only comprehended 7 quintessences. If you're not satisfied, why don't you give me a few? After I comprehend them, I can take them away. That would be better. Wang Lin smiled and looked at Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi's eyes narrowed. Wang Lin's actions made him feel strange. He stared at Wang Lin for a long time, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. As expected of Tian Yunzi's disciple, you managed to calm down so quickly. Since you want quintessence from teacher, why not give it to you? Tian Yunzi raised his right hand and pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent water droplet appeared on his finger. This is the water quintessence I obtained from someone long ago. Unfortunately, it's only a sliver, and it's not enough for someone to break through to the 3rd step. It's been by teacher's side for a long time. Today, I'll give it to you. If you can completely comprehend it and create a true water quintessence, teacher will thank you. As Tian Yunzi spoke, he waved his right hand. The water droplet flew toward Wang Lin and floated between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Is there anything else? Wang Lin looked at the water droplet in front of him and smiled. Tian Yunzi frowned slightly. He didn't like the expression on Wang Lin's face. This Wang Lin made him feel a bit afraid. Tian Yunzi preferred to see Wang Lin act like before, like a brute. Since you want quintessence, I'll give it to you. Tian Yunzi waved his right hand, and a handful of dirt appeared in his palm. The dirt seemed to be alive and continued to move in Tian Yunzi's hand. He threw the dirt at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, we can go play a game. If you win this game, it will naturally solve the crisis you're in, and you will also receive a great fortune from teacher. Whether you're willing or not, the game began many years ago. Tian Yunzi smiled once more and raised his right hand. Under Wang Lin's gaze, he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows and was about to penetrate it. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a gust of wind flew by. This wind contained Wang Lin's ancient Dao bloodline. It landed around Tian Yunzi, causing all the rocks around him to collapse. His body trembled, and his right hand was knocked away by this gust of wind. His fingertip cut across his forehead, leaving a bloody mark. Don't be in such a rush to die. Wang hasn't finished speaking. If I wanted to kill you, it would be very easy. You don't need to commit suicide in front of me and use this method to disturb my mind. Tian Yunzi, this is not your personality. You're doing this because you're worried that I'll see through you. You're using this method to hide something. You know it, and I know it. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi's expression immediately became gloomy. Wang Lin's actions were a bit unexpected. He looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes gradually shined. Wang Lin smiled and slowly said, Tian Yunzi, let me ask you, even if you stole Wang's essences and spells, even if you can steal my memories, can you steal my ancient Dao bloodline? If you can use an ancient Dao bloodline spell now, then I'll admit defeat and listen to you. So what if I'm at your mercy? Can you? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with contempt. Do you dare? Tian Yunzi stared at Wang Lin and didn't speak for a long time. He also didn't use any ancient Dao spells. He knew that he couldn't. He couldn't copy the power of the ancient Dao bloodline. This was something he had used as strange death to cover up and disrupt Wang Lin's goal. You can't do it. All of your mysteriousness is just an act. Do you still think I'm the same as when I first went to planet Tianyin? Do you still think I'm the same as when I was in the demon spirit land? Tian Yunzi, your cultivation level can't surpass mine. Your bloodline isn't as noble as mine, and your identity is like an ant compared to mine. When I led the inner realm cultivators against the outer realm, you were still hiding. My statue can be placed in the celestial realm to be worshipped for tens of thousands of years, but you can't. I can form the celestial realm and be remembered by countless cultivators, but can you? Even if you want to calculate, you only like to scheme. What do you have to play this game with, Wang? Do you have the qualifications? Wang Lin smiled, but his words were extremely sharp. I can give you the qualifications. It's not me playing this game with you. It's you playing this game with me. Wang Lin, don't like schemes, I like open schemes. You don't have any ancient Dao aura on you. What reincarnation body spell? It can't copy my ancient Dao bloodline. The fact that you can die again and again means that all the deaths are of your avatars. Then, Tian Yunzi, where is your original body? Wang Lin's smile became even wider. When his words entered Tian Yunzi's ears, Tian Yunzi's expression didn't change at all. He was only a bit gloomy, but his mind trembled. The rules of this game are not set by you, but by me. In this game, we're competing to see if I can find your original body first and kill it, or if you could take over my avatar before me. Then you can possess my avatar or have some other ulterior motive. However, in the end, you can't afford to lose because I'm only using a cultivator avatar to play this game with you. If you win, you will only win an avatar, but if you lose, you will die. Now, even if you don't want to play this game, you have no choice. If you want to play, Then Wang will play with you." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, but the smile on his face never disappeared. Tian Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, and his pupils shrank. "My original body will find your original body. Tian Yunzi, you have to be fast, or else you will lose." Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. Ancient Tao power shot out toward Tian Yunzi. "Now you can die. The monthly votes are in crisis. Brothers and sisters who still have votes, don't wait for the end of the month. Give them to me now." Chapter 1721. The storm formed by the power of Daoji's bloodline dissipated. Aside from the stone under Wang Lin, there were no other rocks left. After the storm dissipated, everything was silent. Wang Lin looked up to the east. In that direction, he once again felt Tian Yunzi's aura. An illusion gradually appeared around Wang Lin's body. His body seemed to overlap as his original body walked out. The moment his original body walked out, Wang Lin's avatar's right hand reached at the void, and the ghostly sail appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the ghostly sail immediately expanded, shrouding everything in an illusion. Inside the illusion, Wang Lin looked at his avatar with a cold gaze. 3-life spell. This spell is definitely not something that can be copied. If I destroy my avatar at all costs, or die once with a 3-life spell, then all of Tian Yunzi's plans will collapse. However, the price of doing this is very high and not worth it. Tian Yunzi, since you want to play this game with Wang, then let's see who is the real winner. Wang Lin muttered as his avatar raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between the eyebrows of his original body. A whistling sound echoed through the stars, and the eyes of Wang Lin's avatar revealed a strange light. His fingertip seemed to reach deep into the spot between the eyebrows of his original body and into his soul. In an instant, the ghostly sail around him turned into a cloud of fog that shrank toward the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. From a distance, this scene was very shocking. A large amount of fog gathered, and most of it entered the spot between the eyebrows of Wang Lin's original body. Some of it spread out to cover Wang Lin's entire body. Wang Lin's avatar's face was slightly pale. He raised his right hand from the spot between the eyebrows of his original body and bowed toward the stars. "Senior Blue Dream, Senior Qing Lin, and Senior Hong Shan, my main body is here. I hope the 3 of you can protect me." The moment Wang Lin spoke, there was a flash of blue light, and down Master Blue Dream stepped out. Qing Lin and Master Hong Shan silently followed. In fact, the 3 of them had arrived a long time ago and had witnessed the several clashes between Wang Lin and Tian Yunzi. With the old man around, you don't have to worry. If you can find his original body, no matter how high his cultivation is, he won't be able to escape. Dao Master Blue Dream sat before Wang Lin's original body and looked at Wang Lin's avatar. Wang Lin nodded and cupped his fists to the Blue Dream trio. Then, he turned around and walked eastward, where Tian Yunzi's aura was located. As he moved forward, the drop of water and a handful of soil appeared in his hand. He grabbed them and put them away. Aside from my original body searching for Tian Yunzi's original body, I also need to prepare for my avatar. Also, once Tian Yunzi becomes anxious, I fear he will summon all of his avatars at the same time. If he wants a win before I find his original body, I look forward to him doing that. Wang Lin pondered as he moved forward. His right hand formed a seal, and he pressed it against his chest. At this instant, Wang Lin's soul in his avatar changed. His soul had become a soul devourer and could devour everything, including himself. The clone soul was where all of his origin energy was gathered. Even his Yuan spirit was inextricably linked to the clone soul. Once the clone soul died, everything would vanish. My original body has all of my memories. Since I can comprehend my essences, then even if I lose them, I can regain them. After all, essences come from comprehension, and comprehension also exists in my original body's soul. Tian Yunzi, you've lost this game for sure. The seal on Wang Lin's right hand flashed and disappeared into his chest. He no longer hesitated. His mind completely fused with the soul of Tian Yunzi's avatar, and he headed eastward. In the eastern part of the summoned river, Tian Yunzi's figure appeared in the endless starry sky. The strange smile was no longer on his face, and his expression was as gloomy as water. He looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Wang Lin, if you want to kill my original body, you need to find it first. I've forgotten where my original body is, so how can you find it? I don't believe you can find it. However, this Wang Lin is very cunning, and what he said just now doesn't seem to be a lie. He went from a little cultivator to where he is now, so he must have some extraordinary methods. I have to be careful. Forget it. I won't waste any more time with him. I need to complete my plan immediately. Even if there are some flaws, it doesn't matter. Once it is complete, I will fall asleep and wait for my 99th awakening. This awakening will allow me to achieve my goal. Wang Lin, your cultivation level is enough for my sleep to end in an instant, and my 99th awakening will occur. There was a flash of coldness in Tian Yunzi's eyes. He raised his hands and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, hundreds of identical Tian Yunzi appeared in different parts of the starry sky in the summoned river. The moment these Tian Yunzi appeared, they all looked in one direction. That direction was the moving Wang Lin. At this instant, ripples appeared in the many cultivation planets and stars in the brilliant void, and many Tian Yunzi appeared. The moment they appeared, they all looked toward the summoned river in the distance. At the same time, ripples echoed in the Luo Tian and Cloud Sea star systems. Countless Tian Yunzi avatars appeared one by one. There were nearly 3 avatars in the 4-star systems. These were Tian Yunzi's 3 avatars. They were all the bodies he had devoured during his more than 90 awakenings. The moment these 3 avatars appeared in the 4-star systems, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and his eyes shined brightly. He fell into a trap. The Tian Yunzi soul inside Wang Lin's avatar seemed to awaken and spread through Wang Lin's body. It resonated with the 3,000 avatars in the inner realm. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had become a true avatar of Tian Yunzi. In Wang Lin's mind, all 3 of Tian Yunzi's avatars sensed them. He clearly knew where each avatar was, and their auras all belonged to Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin originally couldn't find Tian Yunzi's original body, but he was very cunning and dared to plot against Tian Yunzi. While Tian Yunzi was plotting against him, he was also plotting against Tian Yunzi. Those words from before seemed ordinary, but each one contained a universe. Wang Lin's words had finally forced Tian Yunzi to change his plan. While he dreaded Wang Lin, in order to quickly occupy Wang Lin's avatars, he had summoned all 3,000 avatars. He wanted to use this speed to make Wang Lin fail in a short period of time. However, Tian Yunzi didn't expect that Wang Lin wouldn't have any confidence in finding his original body before. But now Wang Lin was confident. His confidence was given to him by Tian Yunzi. It was given to him by Tian Yunzi's 3,000 avatars. By borrowing the aura of the 3,000 avatars, Wang Lin could completely lock onto Tian Yunzi and all of his avatars. This way, he could use these auras to find the source of Tian Yunzi's original body. This was like searching for a route. It might be difficult to find the source through the complexity, but at this moment, Tian Yunzi had personally given Wang Lin 3,000 paths. As a result, everything was revealed to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly like the bright moon. He revealed a smile as his hands formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. With these 3,000 soul auras as the guide and the dream Tao as the path, borrow the ghost sail to enter the illusion, dream into the 3 bodies, and enter the reincarnation Tao. Search for the All-Seer's original body. The moment Wang Lin pointed to between his eyebrows, Wang Lin's original body, which was being guarded by Tao Master Blue Dream and company, suddenly opened his eyes. I know the path to find his original body. His eyes revealed a strange light that spread across his body. Wang Lin's original body's mind rumbled as he borrowed the 3,000 soul auras to open the path to return to the past 1,000 years. Wang Lin's original body's vision became blurry, and time seemed to reverse. He followed the path of Tian Yunzi's 3,000 soul auras and entered a dream. This was using Wang Lin's dream Dao to use the illusion of the ghost sail and Tian Yunzi's 3,000 avatars as the guide to make Wang Lin immerse himself in the world of the 3,000 avatars, or Tian Yunzi's reincarnation, awakening, to find the source of Tian Yunzi's original body. This was the method Wang Lin thought of to counter Tian Yunzi. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body was immersed in a blurry world. However, this blurry world soon dissipated and everything became clear before Wang Lin's eyes. What he saw was space. He was familiar with this space. It was the summoned river. He saw a meteor floating in space, and inside the meteor, Wang Lin saw Tian Yunzi. On the other side of the All-Seer was an old man who had fainted. This old man was Marquis Ling Tianho. Tian Yunzi was sitting there with a painful expression. There was still some blood on his right hand. If Wang Lin wasn't wrong, this blood was the altered heavenly Tao blood that Tian Yunzi had stolen from the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The pain on Tian Yunzi's face became even more intense. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a series of roars, and his eyes suddenly opened. Within his eyes, shadows rapidly flashed. These shadows were his avatars. He stared at Ling Tianho and suddenly opened his mouth. His mouth expanded endlessly and devoured Ling Tianho in a very strange manner. At the moment he was devoured, Tian Yunzi's eyes were filled with confusion, and he slowly closed his eyes. Time seemed to flow endlessly. On a certain day, after a few hundred years, Tian Yunzi's eyes opened, and he was in a daze. I've awakened again. I've prepared the power for my next slumber and awakening. He is Wang Lin. Wang Lin saw all of this. Although time passed slowly, it all happened in an instant. He devoured Ling Tianho. So why did he say he awakened again? Just how many times has this Tian Yunzi awakened? Everything in front of Wang Lin disappeared with Tian Yunzi's awakening, but a new image immediately appeared. The second update. Monthly votes hovered between exploding and exploding. Were there still monthly votes? Were there still monthly votes? Chapter 1722. The image that appeared this time was of a cultivation planet. Wang Lin was familiar with this planet. It was planet Tianyun. Tian Yunzi was sitting in a secret chamber in the Heavenly Fates sect on this planet. Before him sat 9 youths. All 9 of them had their eyes closed and were in a coma. Tian Yunzi's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at the 9 of them. He opened his mouth and suddenly devoured all 9 of them. The All-Seer's body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He then slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, the All-Seer opened his eyes, and they revealed a look of enlightenment. This is my 97th awakening. The next person to sleep and awaken is Marquis Ling Tianho. Wang Lin looked at all of this calmly, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. He could have never thought that Tian Yunzi's devouring would be for him to awaken again and again. He should be one of the 7-colored celestial sovereigns, 3 souls, and 7 fragments. Only this can explain his awakening. Wang Lin looked at Tian Yunzi, and his eyes became cold. The image changed again. In the image, Wang Lin saw Tian Yunzi at different times. In one image, Tian Yunzi was sitting on an abandoned planet. After devouring some cultivators of his choice, he opened his eyes and awakened once more. His body flickered and he left the abandoned planet. As he moved forward, he suddenly stopped and looked down. His gaze landed on an earth-yellow, half-abandoned planet. After exclaiming softly, Tian Yunzi revealed a smile and sent out a divine sense message. I can't believe I saw someone with such deep comprehension on this abandoned planet. However, with your mere nascent soul cultivation, don't be too greedy, even if it's a soul formation cultivator. If you continue to pursue this kind of heavenly law, I fear you won't be able to find its source for millions of years. However, by then, your body will have already decayed. Have you considered it? As Tian Yunzi spoke, he raised his right hand and slammed down on the half-abandoned planet. Old man Tian Yunzi, today I'll form a good relationship with you. If you can leave this abandoned planet, you can come find me on planet Tianyun. I'll accept you as an honorary disciple and let you follow me for 100 years. Tian Yunzi's smile became even wider as he waved his sleeves and walked off into the distance. This child is not bad. I could train him a bit and make him one of the avatars I devour. However, his cultivation level is too low, so it's hard to say if he will be of use in the future. However, I have a feeling that this child will be extraordinary. When Wang Lin saw this, his mind trembled violently. He stared at the earth-yellow planet, and his mind rumbled. The aura from the planet made Wang Lin understand everything. While Wang Lin's original body was immersed in Tian Yunzi's reincarnation cycle, all of the Tian Yunzi avatars in the inner realm raised their right hands and pointed to between their eyebrows without hesitation. In the eastern part of the summoned river, Tian Yunzi was the first to appear. His eyes revealed a strange light, and his right hand also pointed to between his eyebrows. I, heavenly fate, will be slumbering for the last time in my life. My final awakening is about to begin. This time, I will complete the plan to reincarnate for all eternity. He closed his eyes, and his finger stabbed into his forehead, deep into his skull. At this instant, Tian Yunzi's body collapsed, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the 4 major star systems. The nearly 3,000 Tian Yunzi avatars all collapsed, and their souls flew toward Wang Lin's avatar in the summoned river. Let's see if you're faster or if I'm faster. When the old man schemed against you, you were only a little nascent soul cultivator. If not for the old man, your body would have long since rotted away. Everything you have is mine. These 3,000 souls sent out waves of soul force as they moved forward. They fused together to form a heaven-shaking roar that echoed in Wang Lin's mind. As the 3 souls charged toward Wang Lin's avatar, Wang Lin's original body saw even more awakenings. Gradually, the person Wang Lin saw was completely different from Tian Yunzi, as if he was a completely different person. If not for the aura locking onto him, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to imagine that the strangers he was seeing were Tian Yunzi. Before the 4 celestial realms collapsed, there was a cultivation planet in the ancient cultivation world. A middle-aged man in blue smiled as he devoured an unconscious young man before him. That young man was his only disciple. This is my 34th awakening. Also in the Shangji cultivation world, a charming woman smiled as she devoured the unconscious man beside her. That man's cultivation was not ordinary, and he was surrounded by celestial spiritual energy. It was clear he was a celestial from one of the 4 celestial realms. As he devoured again and again, sometimes in large amounts, sometimes in small amounts, everything about Tian Yunzi's reincarnation cycle was revealed to Wang Lin. What he saw shocked him. What exactly is Tian Yunzi's identity? He actually relied on devouring to awaken. What did he awaken? Outside, the hundreds of Tian Yunzi's souls in the summoned river quickly closed in on Wang Lin's avatar. They entered Wang Lin's avatar's body like crazy. Wang Lin's avatar's expression was calm as he sat there cross-legged. He didn't seem to care about the fusion of those souls. Tian Yunzi's soul inside his avatar grew stronger and stronger until it occupied the entirety of Wang Lin's avatar's body. At this moment, the souls from the other 3 star systems were also rushing over. This process was very fast, but to Wang Lin's true body, it felt very slow. Wang Lin's true body was slowly awakening in Tian Yunzi's reincarnation cycle. Eventually, he saw Tian Yunzi's 3rd awakening. This awakening was no longer in the ancient cultivation world, but in the ancient era. The stars of the immemorial era were bright, and there were many cultivation planets. The cultivators, there weren't celestial cultivators because the celestial realm hadn't appeared yet. These cultivators cultivated their own power and comprehended the aura of the heavens and earth. An old man wearing beast skin was lying on the ground, surrounded by a pile of firewood. He was dead, and his body was being burned by his clan members. There were hundreds of men and women wearing similar clothes around him. They were all kneeling there and muttering. However, at that moment, the old man who should have been dead suddenly opened his eyes. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by ruthlessness. He slowly sat up, and under the surprise and joy of the hundreds of men and women in the surroundings, a strange smile appeared on the old man's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and opened it in all directions. In one incense stick, the hundreds of men were devoured, and even the firewood entered his mouth. The cultivation planet trembled violently and collapsed. A large mouth appeared in the sky, and with one incense stick, the cultivation planet was devoured in an unimaginable way. This is my third awakening. I remember that during my second awakening, I burned the seventh fragment of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. The old man's figure appeared. He licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. When Wang Lin saw this, his calm mind trembled once more when he heard the old man's words. He burned the seventh fragment of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He was not the seven-colored celestial sovereign's soul. So who is he? He could devour the seven-colored celestial sovereign's soul. After personally seeing the old man's reincarnation cycle more than 90 times, Wang Lin found that the old man's devouring power seemed to weaken with each reincarnation. This third time, he could devour the cultivation planet, but after more than 90 awakenings, he could only burn people. Wang Lin stared at the smiling old man, and his pupils shrank. The image dissipated, and when it reappeared, it was Tian Yunzi's second awakening. This time, what appeared before Wang Lin was a strange star domain. Not only was this star domain unfamiliar, there was no trace of life. Wang Lin stood there and looked around. There were countless cultivation planets, but there was no trace of life on them. This was a dead star domain, or to be more accurate, this was the time division from the earliest days of the cave world before life was born. In this silent star domain, an incredible thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This thought was the final identity of Tian Yunzi. Just as this thought appeared, a weak soul aura closed in. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and saw an illusory figure inside the aura. This figure was blurry and gave off the power of the seven-colored celestial sovereign soul. Before Wang Lin's eyes, the moment this soul aura appeared, a giant rift silently appeared and devoured the soul. After devouring it, the rift closed and a young man slowly appeared. This young man gave off a ghostly light. There was confusion in his eyes at first, but they soon became clear. The seventh fragment of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Tastes good. I helped him a lot, and now that he is dead, no one can control me anymore. Unfortunately, his three souls were too powerful, and I didn't dare to devour them after they were separated from my body. However, with the original fragment, I can use it to grow. Perhaps in the future, I'll be able to deduce the complete seven-colored celestial sovereign from this fragment. At that time, I'll be the seven-colored celestial sovereign. But the most important thing is my growth. The young man's expression didn't change at all. He raised his right hand and pulled up the corner of his mouth to make it look like he was smiling. I'll first learn to become a cultivator. I'll make it so no one, including the three seven-colored souls and the other six fragments, can recognize me. I'll regain control of the reincarnation cycle. Wang Lin looked at the young man with monstrous shock. He knew who the other person was. These 3 chapters were very difficult to write. After deleting and revising, it took about 3,000 words to write. Finally, it was finished. Chapter 1723. Heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's mind went blank. Even he found it hard to believe what he had discovered in Tian Yunzi's reincarnation. The heavenly Tao that countless people have been searching for is actually Tian Yunzi. Looking at the young man who was trying to force a smile, Wang Lin's heart was in turmoil. It was difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, he was like a lone boat in a raging sea. There was a monstrous storm raging in his mind. Under his gaze, the young man maintained a smile on his face. He turned toward the quiet starry sky in the distance and gradually left. Even when his figure disappeared from Wang Lin's sight, even when the starry sky in Wang Lin's eyes became blurry and finally collapsed, Wang Lin was still in shock. Outside of Wang Lin's Tian Yunzi's reincarnation, Wang Lin's avatar sat cross-legged in the starry sky in the summoned river. His face was pale, and there were faint traces of green on his face. Around him, countless souls of Tian Yunzi's avatar rushed toward him like wisps of smoke. They entered the body of Wang Lin's avatar one by one, constantly occupying the body of Wang Lin's avatar. As the souls fused, Tian Yunzi's gloomy voice echoed in the mind of Wang Lin's avatar. How can you be faster than the old man? The old man can occupy your body now. Has your original body found the old man's original body? More than 1,000 souls of Tian Yunzi from the summoned river and the brilliant void had already entered Wang Lin's body. In the distance, the souls from Luo Tian and Yunhai were also moving closer and closer. At the same time, as Wang Lin's true body was immersed in Tian Yunzi's reincarnation, the moment the image of the second awakening collapsed, Wang Lin's true body saw Tian Yunzi's first awakening. As the starry sky went from blurry to collapsing and finally disappearing, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was a huge door. This door seemed to be as tall as the starry sky. Standing in front of it, Wang Lin felt like an ant. Unlike the door that appeared in the heaven-defying bead, this giant door didn't emit any majestic aura. It existed here as if it was one with the starry sky. Wang Lin did not know what was behind the door. However, he could see rumbling sounds being emitted from within. Soon after, the door seemed to be bombarded by an inconceivably powerful force from within, causing the entire door to tremble. As it trembled, Wang Lin saw a crack appear in the middle of the door. There was a cracking sound mixed with the rumbling as the crack expanded endlessly, as if it was going to split the door in half. The rumbling became even more intense, and in just a moment, the door trembled and then split into several pieces that spread out in all directions. The door was too big. Even when it split open, it did not shatter into pieces. Instead, it split into several pieces and swept out in all directions. Under the influence of the impact, the pieces spread out into the depths of the galaxy. They were so fast that they disappeared without a trace in an instant. One of the pieces of the door flew through the starry sky and arrived in a starry sky that would be called the brilliant void in the future. This piece of the door exploded into countless tiny pieces that fused with the starry sky. It tore the starry sky apart and sank into it. As the large amount of door fragments fused with the void, signs of instability appeared in this starry sky. A spatial rift was torn open, and the pieces of the door remained there, unchanged for countless years. Many years later, a group of 4 divine sect cultivators from the outer realm would come here using a special method. They found a cultivation planet and moved it here. They covered up the instability of the starry sky, covered up the spatial rift, and connected it to the cultivation planet. Due to various reasons, the group of cultivators gradually left. As time passed, these spatial cracks would occasionally appear on the planet. Some of the talented cultivators on the planet would discover them and use them to their advantage. Thus, they called it the foreign battleground. The moment the giant door collapsed, Wang Lin saw a powerful cloud of fog. This cloud was like a ball, and it charged out from the collapsed door. Wang Lin vaguely saw a figure inside the fog. He couldn't see the person's appearance, but he could hear the shocked roars coming from inside the fog. Heavenly Tao. You actually obtained a heavenly Tao. Damn it, this king doesn't accept this. In the end, the roar turned into a mournful hiss, and a monstrous rumble came from the fog. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the boundless fog began to squirm violently. It was as if a powerful force was tearing at it from within, causing the fog to split apart. The mist split into two masses, one large and one small. The large mass still contained a roaring, weakened figure. It tumbled off into the distance and disappeared into the starry sky, its whereabouts unknown. The other small ball of mist flew in the opposite direction and disappeared in a flash. As he continued to move, the small cloud of fog continued to shrink. Wang Lin could vaguely see that there was a semicircular fragment inside the cloud of fog. This semicircular fragment couldn't be seen clearly, but it was obvious that it was the core of this small ball of fog. As it howled, the small ball of fog became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. It gathered on the semicircular fragment and turned into a long, colorless ray of light that flew into a cultivation planet. There was no life on that cultivation planet, only a few bare mountains. The fragment flew like a meteor and smashed into one of the barren mountains. The mountain trembled and collapsed. The semicircular fragment penetrated the mountain and went deep into the planet. It stopped at the deepest part of the planet. Wang Lin witnessed all of this, and he stared at the semicircular fragment inside the planet. There were some ancient runes on it, and it looked like half a compass, or it could be said that it was half of a compass. Time passed. It was unknown how much time had passed, but there was still no sign of life on the planet. However, the half compass buried deep inside the planet gradually gave off the fog from back then. This fog spread out bit by bit and gathered together to form a vague figure. The figure became distorted and gradually became clear. In the end, it was a young man. The young man's eyes were closed, and his feet floated on the half compass. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with confusion. I have intelligence. I remember being summoned by Master. After devouring that celestial exploded his own divine sense to stop me from devouring. Then I was split apart. Who am I? The young man's eyes were filled with confusion. He closed his eyes as if he was pondering. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they revealed a strange light. I'm the Tao of Heaven, murmured the young man. I don't have any intelligence, but when that immortal self detonated, I absorbed some of it. I absorbed some of his divine sense, and I developed my own thoughts. He seemed to understand everything. When Wang Lin saw this, he also understood a lot. He understood why Lien Daofei was a madman, why the Lien Daofei he saw in the seven-color Taoist illusion had an evil expression, was extremely arrogant, and liked to take the cultivation partners of cultivators he fancied. This was completely different from the madman Wang Lin knew. They were like two different people. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind became clear. Lien Daofei was originally a domineering person on the immortal astral continent. He might really have a big brother with a very high status. It was all of this that made his personality strange and extremely arrogant. According to what I learned after he went crazy, as long as he fancied something, whether it was a treasure or a person, he would steal it without hesitation. If he couldn't steal it, he would do everything he could to destroy the other person's entire family just for the greed in his heart. It was because of this greed in his personality that he came to the seven-colored celestial sovereign's cave to steal what he wanted. But in the end, he was swallowed up by the heavenly Tao and self-detonated his divine sense. More than half of his greed and inferiority were absorbed by the heavenly Tao. That's why the madman I met is completely different from him. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he have given me the celestial bloodline or taught me spells? I fear he would have done everything he could to achieve his goal from me. In comparison, I like the current madman more than the Lien Daofei from back then. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the young man floating above the compass. The young man looked down at the compass beneath him with a pensive look in his eyes. My original body is this half of the Defiant compass. No one can feel its aura, so it's safest to leave it here. The young man floated forward and disappeared into the planet. No one knew where he went. Wang Lin ignored the young man's departure and stared at the half-compass. He firmly remembered everything here and the aura of the planet. Then he suddenly closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, everything here silently collapsed. Tian Yunzi's more than 90 reincarnations had ended. Wang Lin's closing of his eyes caused the reincarnation cycle to dissipate. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw down Master Blue Dream, Qing Lin, and Master Hongshan. He saw the summoned river and felt that his avatar was only a sliver away from being completely occupied. I've found his original body. Seniors, you don't need to come with me. Please help me control my avatar and buy me more time. Wang Lin's original body suddenly stood up and clasped his hands at the three of them. He then turned around and took a step toward the stars. Tian Yunzi, the game is about to end. First update. The distance between us is getting farther and farther. I can see it. All the renegade celestial readers can see it. Do we still have the strength to catch up? Chapter 1724. Wang Lin's original body moved through the stars, and he was even faster than his avatar. This was because Wang Lin wasn't relying on brute force or merging with the world like his avatar. He was tearing space apart. Wang Lin's right hand would tear space before him as he moved forward. Space rumbled and a giant rift appeared before Wang Lin. His body instantly entered the rift, and when he reappeared, he was already out of the summoned river. With this barbaric method, Wang Lin's speed reached the peak of his body. In the entire cave world, Wang Lin was the only person who dared to use this method. The spatial rift was filled with countless destructive storms and turbulence. These were fatal to cultivators, and their bodies simply couldn't withstand the impact. Even the ancient demons and ancient devils found it difficult to endure the destructive storm of the spatial rift. Even the powerful ancient gods might be able to endure a few times, but not for long. The only one who could do this was Dao Ji's body, which was countless times stronger than an ancient god's body. Only Wang Lin, who had the ancient Dao bloodline, could calmly step into the spatial rift. He didn't care about the storms and turbulence, and he continued to move forward using this unimaginable method. The destructive storm collided with Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't injured at all, but the storm let out a whimper and collapsed. A giant rift appeared in the brilliant void, and Wang Lin's powerful body walked out. The moment he walked out, Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his ancient Dao divine sense swept the area. Shortly after, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and charged into the distance. All of this had only been a few breaths of time since he awakened from Tian Yunzi's reincarnation cycle in the summoned river. As Wang Lin charged forward, all of the Tian Yunzi souls from the four-star systems had arrived. When the last soul entered Wang Lin's avatar suddenly opened his eyes. This was because his eyes were filled with struggle and pain. It was as if the all-seer's soul was occupying his mind like crazy. Due to the existence of the reincarnation body spell, no one could interfere with this kind of possession. Beside Wang Lin's avatar, there was a blue light. Dao Master Blue Dream calmly stood there and looked at Wang Lin's avatar. In the other two directions, Qing Lin and Master Hongshan's eyes shined brightly. Unlike Dao Master Blue Dream's calmness, they were both nervous. Wang Lin, are you as fast as the old man? The struggle in Wang Lin's avatar's eyes became even stronger. His body trembled and the veins on his face swelled up. The gloomy words came from his mouth. There was an ancient and rotten feeling in his voice, and it was extremely strange. The moment he spoke, the distortion in Wang Lin's avatar's right eye dissipated and was replaced by a ghostly light. He looked at Dao Master Blue Dream in company with his right eye and revealed a look of contempt. The three of you aren't weak. Since you want to stop the old man from leaving, then the old man will stay here and let the three of you witness my 99th awakening. The pupil in Wang Lin's avatar's left eye trembled and slowly calmed down. It gave off a ghostly light as he sat there and closed his eyes once more. Wang Lin's original body could feel everything the avatar experienced. The moment his avatar closed his eyes, a cultivation planet appeared before Wang Lin in the brilliant void. In other words, this was a desolate planet, and it was a completely abandoned planet. There were no signs of life on it, and the land of the desolate planet had become a desert that covered almost the entire planet. The rivers had long dried up and were covered by the desert. There was also a sea, but it was completely black. There were countless dead sea creatures there, and their rotting corpses had polluted the sea. At first glance, this desolate star was covered in a dark mist. This mist contained a large amount of poisonous miasma. If a mortal breathed it in, their body would immediately rot and they would die. Even cultivators of the earth cultivation realm would frown in this miasma. There was no spiritual energy here, so no cultivators would come here. Even some poison cultivators wouldn't choose to come here. This was because the poison in the miasma wasn't very strong. The reason why cultivators would frown was because the smell of the miasma was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. Although this abandoned planet was ugly and filled with a stench, in Wang Lin's eyes, although this place was different from the cultivation planets he had seen in the reincarnation cycle, the aura was definitely the same. This aura was the soul of this planet. Back then, the soul was still in its nascent stage. Although the soul was already dead, Wang Lin couldn't be wrong. The moment he saw this abandoned planet, Wang Lin charged forward. He broke through the planet's fragile atmosphere and landed on a desert. The moment Wang Lin entered, the fog on the abandoned planet was swept away by the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing everything on the planet. Wang Lin didn't hesitate after entering the planet. As the fog was swept away by the wind, he appeared above the Black Sea. There were no waves in the sea. It was like a dead sea. The stench was even stronger here, but Wang Lin didn't care at all. He charged toward the Black Sea below. There was a thunderous bang, and a giant vortex appeared in the Black Sea as Wang Lin closed in. This vortex continued to extend and connected to the bottom of the sea. The vortex spread out, revealing a thick layer of black silt at the bottom of the sea. This silt had been here for countless years and hadn't been exposed to the sky. Now that it was exposed, it began to spread out, revealing the earth that had been covered by the silt and sea for countless years. This land was not flat. Instead, it was filled with low, bare mountains. This is the place. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he charged forward. He ignored the stench and charged down through the earth. At the bottom of the sea, there was a karst cave that had appeared countless years ago. The ground of the karst cave was covered in brown dust. The dust was the result of the many earthquakes that had occurred on this planet over the countless years. Buried under the brown dust was half a compass. A gentle breeze appeared inside the karst cave and blew the dust that hadn't moved for countless years toward one direction, revealing a corner of the ancient compass under the dust. At the same time, a powerful hand grabbed the corner of the compass and pulled it out from the dust. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the compass in his hand, and his eyes shined brightly. Which of us is faster? In the summoned river, after Wang Lin's avatar closed his eyes, his appearance rapidly changed. In an instant, he no longer looked like Wang Lin, but the white-haired Tian Yunzi. This kind of occupation was like devouring, but it was different from when Tian Yunzi devoured it directly. This time, it was very important, so he chose to devour it from the inside. This way, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong. Although his eyes were closed, his body was rapidly fusing together. This process of fusion was the same as his slumber. Once the fusion was complete, he would awaken. This would be his 99th awakening. Once he awakened, he would be able to find the other cloud of fog he had separated from the past. Once he fused with it, he would regain control of the reincarnation cycle. At that time, he would become a different heavenly Tao, because he would have his own intelligence and a mind that surpassed many people. He would also know spells and wouldn't need anyone to feed him. He could grow by himself. It was no exaggeration to say that once he regained control of the reincarnation cycle and turned it into the complete heavenly Tao, Then all life that had been born in the cave world over the countless years would be under his control. If it was a heavenly Tao without consciousness, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it had consciousness and intelligence, then it would be extremely terrifying. As long as he wanted to, he could even devour all life created by the heavenly Tao. At that time, the only life left in the cave world would be the soul of the immortal astral continent. Tian Yunzi's fusion was more than half complete in a short period of time, and after a moment, it was completely absorbed. At this moment, Tian Yunzi opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on All-Seer's face. He threw his head back and laughed. 99th Awakening. The old man has finally awakened. This is the last time. Heavenly Tao. The old man is the heavenly Tao. The All-Seer stood up and his white hair fluttered in the wind. An ancient aura spread out from his body and a mist surrounded his body. This fog was what Wang Lin had seen in the reincarnation cycle. It was the form of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin, your avatar has been occupied. So what if your original body isn't dead? The old man doesn't have time to deal with you. Tian Yunzi's expression was ferocious. He didn't even look at Tao Master Blue Dream and company as he prepared to leave. However, just as he moved, there was a flash of blue light, and Tao Master Blue Dream appeared to stop him. I promised him that I wouldn't let you leave here. Qing Lin and Master Hong Shan also closed in. The All-Seer's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeves. He opened his mouth and blew an incense stick forward. This caused space itself to tremble, as if the heavens and earth were turning upside down. Endless fog appeared in space, blocking the vision of the three of them. However, just as the mist appeared and an illusory mouth appeared within it, about to devour the three of them, there was a flash of blue light and an extremely powerful aura suddenly collided with the mist. At the same time, a cold voice filled with killing intent came from the end of the star system. Tian Yunzi, Wang, bring your original body back. The weather was hot, so he took a cold shower. He also weighed himself using the scale at home. He had lost 7 pounds in 1 month. Very good, very strong, very happy. Chapter 1725. The fog was bombarded by the blue light and collapsed. The illusory mouth also disappeared the moment it appeared. Tian Yunzi's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly looked into the distance, and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw the white-robed Wang Lin closing in from the distance behind Tao Master Blue Dream and company. His white hair fluttered in the wind. In Wang Lin's right hand was half a compass. The compass looked extremely ordinary and gave off no aura, but in Tian Yunzi's eyes, it caused his mind to tremble. The shock in his eyes turned into unimaginable fear. This is impossible. You can't find my original body. Even if you find the old man's original body, so what? I have awakened 99 times. I am the heavenly Tao. Tian Yunzi stared at the approaching Wang Lin and pointed at the sky. The heavenly Tao is one. Everything in the sky, return for me. Tian Yunzi let out a roar, and the fog around him flew into the sky. The sky trembled, and a giant mouth suddenly appeared. This mouth was blurry, and the moment it appeared, it began to devour. But just when it was about to arrive, the huge mouth trembled strangely before collapsing and disappearing from the starry sky. This scene caused Tian Yunzi's expression to change once more. Do you really think this awakening is your 99th awakening? Wang Lin walked over step by step, and his voice was cold. Tian Yunzi silently pondered. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. He didn't hesitate to charge forward toward Wang Lin. The old man has fused with 3 avatars. Even though he hasn't fully awakened, he still has the aura of the heavenly Tao. All living beings created by the heavenly Tao are ants before me. You aren't the 7-colored soul fragment, so even if you obtain my original body, I can instantly kill you. Tian Yunzi turned into a shadow and closed in on Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of blue light and Tao Master Blue Dream walked out. He waved his sleeve, and wrapped around Tian Yunzi. Tian Yunzi's expression was ferocious. The moment Tao Master Blue Dream attacked, he let out a roar. You are also a living being created by the heavenly Tao, yet you dare to stop me? Tian Yunzi didn't care about Tao Master Blue Dream's attack at all. He waved his right hand and collided with Tao Master Blue Dream. A thunderous rumble echoed. Tao Master Blue Dream's expression changed, and he retreated a few steps. Tian Yunzi's expression was gloomy, but he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he charged toward Wang Lin even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 100 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Tian Yunzi with a hint of mockery. The moment Wang Lin closed in, he softly said, "My body still belongs to me. In the end, my body still belongs to me. Let my Tao disappear." Tian Yunzi, who was 90 feet away from Wang Lin, suddenly trembled and a rune on his chest shined. A ripple spread out and instantly surrounded Tian Yunzi's body. Under this ripple, all the Tao comprehension he had in Wang Lin's avatar dissipated like snowflakes meeting the sun. Without Tao comprehension, there were no more essences in this body. In Tian Yunzi's left eye, the fire essence dissipated. In his right eye, the thunder essence collapsed. Between his eyebrows, the slaughter essence, life and death essence, karma essence, and true and false essence all collapsed. The restriction essence in his eyes also dissipated after losing his Tao comprehension. In this short instant, there were no more essences in the Wang Lin avatar that Tian Yunzi had occupied. The 7 essences scattered and disappeared. The body could be seen as a bucket, and the bucket was filled with water. This was the essence, and the Tao comprehension was the source of the water bucket's strength. Now that the Tao had disappeared, the water in the bucket could no longer exist, and all of it flowed out. Tian Yunzi was startled for a moment, and his eyes were filled with terror. He didn't expect something like this to happen. This had never happened before when he had awakened and devoured essences. Wang Lin calmly looked at Tian Yunzi and slowly said, "Let the divinity dissipate." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Lin's nascent divinity, which had merged with Tian Yunzi's 3,000 avatars, began to grow dim. In the end, it transformed into motes of light that spread out into the starry sky. When a cultivator lost their nascent divinity, their body was like that of a mortal. How could a mortal's fleshly body withstand the absorption and fusion of Tian Yunzi's 3,000 souls? As the nascent divinity disappeared, Tian Yunzi's body trembled. Popping sounds echoed out, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't withstand the power. His terror had reached its limit. He had schemed against the heavens, schemed against the earth, schemed against the passage of time, and yet he had schemed against Wang Lin a second time. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to find his original body, and he also didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to control this avatar of Wang Lin's. In his mind, this was impossible. Everything in his body had been completely occupied by him, and he had become an independent existence. Even now, he still couldn't figure out the reason for all of this. Why could Wang Lin still control his body? Why could Wang Lin make his Tao disappear? Why could he make his soul dissipate? While Tian Yunzi was filled with confusion and fear, he heard Wang Lin's third sentence. "Make my soul perish." As soon as those words left his mouth, Tian Yunzi's body began to tremble violently. He could clearly sense that Wang Lin's soul, which had fused with his 3,000 souls, suddenly dissipated. The fusion of 3,000 souls was perfect and could not be separated. However, as Wang Lin's soul dissipated, that perfection was broken. Tian Yunzi's body collapsed, and his flesh and blood scattered in all directions. The remaining 2 souls, 999, exploded. Impossible! Impossible! How could this happen? How could you control this body? This doesn't conform to the natural laws of the heavenly Tao. This doesn't conform to the laws of this world. I am the heavenly Tao, and all of this was decided by me. This body that I possess is mine. I know your memories. Even if you used the 3-life spell, you wouldn't be able to do this. Even if you died 1,000 times, I wouldn't die. What method did you use? You. Just who are you? The 2,999 souls scattered and turned into a blurry fog. That fog contained all of the living beings that had been devoured by Tian Yunzi during his 90 awakenings. At this moment, all of them were roaring, RVL, saying the same thing. Just who are you? You're not a 7-colored soul. You're just a mortal from my cave. You can't do this. I refuse to accept this. You're just a part of the heavenly Tao, but I'm the master of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin looked at the 2,999 souls roaring at him. All of them had madness and confusion on their faces, as well as pain and disbelief from not being able to find an answer, and he slowly said, You're just a part of the heavenly Tao, but I'm the master of the heavenly Tao. The moment he spoke, Wang Lin raised his left hand and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows dissipated and were replaced by a rotating vortex. This vortex gave off a desolate aura, and the moment Wang Lin raised his right hand, a ghostly light flew out from between his eyebrows. It floated above the stars and suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant beast, the Nether Beast. After the beast appeared, its expression was sluggish. There weren't many people here, so it wasn't that scared. It stared dumbfoundedly at its surroundings. Then it was attracted by the mist formed by the 2,999 souls of the All-Seer. Unknowingly, it opened its mouth and saliva dripped down. There was a hint of hesitation in its eyes, as if it was thinking about how delicious these souls looked. The master of the heavenly Tao, Nether Beast. This Nether Beast. Could it be that it was formed from my other fog body? All of the All-Seer's souls looked at the Nether Beast in shock after being startled for a moment. He naturally knew about the Nether Beast, but his body had been split by Lien Daofei's divine sense and turned into Tian Yunzi. After countless years, he had lost contact with the other part of his body and couldn't sense it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened 99 times to regain control of reincarnation and find the other part of his body. The game is over, Tian Yunzi, Wang Lin calmly said as he waved the compass in his right hand. The compass flew into the Nether Beast's slightly open mouth and entered it. All of Tian Yunzi's souls trembled and let out heaven-shaking screams. They desperately scattered in all directions and escaped in all directions. Tao Master Blue Dream and company wanted to chase, but they were stopped by Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the Nether Beast. The Nether Beast opened its mouth and was filled with confusion. After a long time, the confusion disappeared and was replaced with a ruthless expression. Burn them, and from now on, you will be complete. Wang Lin looked tired and sat down on the back of the Nether Beast. The Nether Beast suddenly opened its mouth and charged into the stars. The moment it opened its mouth, the 2,999 souls that had scattered were all sucked into the Nether Beast's mouth. They let out mournful cries and were sucked into the Nether Beast's mouth. Senior Blue Dream, Senior Qing Lin, Senior Hong Shan, I'm going to condense a new avatar, so I won't be returning to the Celestial Realm with you. Once I deal with my own matters, we'll meet again. Help me tell Senior Brother Qing Shui that it's best not to go out during this period of time. When I return, I'll need his help. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the three of them. He looked even more tired as he sat on the back of the Nether Beast and slowly flew away. The Nether Beast's eyes were ruthless, just like when it devoured Lien Daofei. It was extremely terrifying. With the Nether Beast here, Wang Lin no longer feared anyone in the cave world. Only at this moment did he truly have the qualifications to compete for the throne. This deer was the third soul. The third soul. Can the monthly tickets fly again? Don't fall. It's best if there are two of them flying together. Chapter 1726. Wang Lin was exhausted as he sat on the back of the Nether Beast. If the Nether Beast was fully spread out, it would be very large. However, it had shrunk a lot and was only about 10,000 feet tall. Even so, it still gave off a sense of pressure in the hearts of anyone who saw it. This pressure came from a nether beast's body and the coldness and ruthlessness in its eyes. This ruthlessness was indifference to life and death, reincarnation, time, and all life. It was as if in the eyes of the nether beast, all life was nothing. It was the heavenly Tao, the true God of this cave world. Everything here had evolved from it. Whether it was cultivators or fierce beasts, they were all like ashes to it. Similarly, this pressure also came from Wang Lin, who was sitting on the back of the nether beast. Although Wang Lin was just calmly sitting there, the aura he gave off was like that of a celestial god. Wang Lin had the ancient Tao bloodline, and the nobility of his bloodline was comparable to the madman's celestial bloodline. Although Wang Lin was still someone from the cave world, even on the immortal astral continent, he was qualified to look down on all life. The nether beast's movement was silent, or it could be said that it didn't move at all. What moved was the starry sky. It was as if it could go anywhere in the starry sky with just a thought, because the starry sky and everything here belonged to it. Wang Lin calmly sat there and gently stroked the nether beast with his right hand. The scenes of his encounter with Tian Yunzi continued to appear in his mind. I didn't expect the beast I captured back then to be a part of the heavenly Tao. Tian Yunzi is also a part of the heavenly Tao. No wonder he believes in the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao he believes in is himself. Wang Lin looked down at the nether beast below him, and his eyes were filled with melancholy. The fragment that the seven-colored celestial sovereign obtained from the immemorial god realm was used for storage. He found the heavenly Tao inside it. I presume he even found the heaven-defying bead. That's why there is that compass. Everyone is looking for the heavenly Tao. The seven-colored Taoist, Old Devil Jean, and others are looking for the third soul. Aside from fusing with it, I fear they're also looking for the Lord of the heavenly Tao. There is also the storage fragment the seven-colored celestial sovereign obtained. By chance, I became the Lord of the heavenly Tao. From now on, I'm the Lord of the heavenly Tao. I'm not sure on the immortal astral continent, but in the cave world, no one can steal the heavenly Tao from me. The heavenly Tao should be complete now. Back then, it could even Lien Dao Fei of Dao Fei. But now, I want who dares to provoke will be the first enemy of the heavenly Tao of Lin Devour. Wang Lin of Lin have said, a Wang Lin of the celestial beast, Ming of beast. Without spreading out his divine sense, Wang Lin allowed the nether beast to freely move among the stars. He closed his eyes, and his hands formed a seal on his knees. After adjusting his breathing for a bit, he suddenly opened his eyes and bit the tip of his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was red and floated before Wang Lin. It kept pace with the nether beast under him. The blood moved and gave off a dazzling glow. It was as if it was boiling and gave off a fragrance. Since the avatar has dissipated, I'll form another avatar. This avatar will use my blood as a guide to form the heavenly Tao. As Wang Lin muttered, he raised his right hand and pointed at the blood. With this, the blood squirmed even faster. In an instant, it began to expand until it slowly turned into a human figure. However, this figure was covered in blood, making it look like a person made of blood. My blood contains ancient Tao power. Now that this avatar is about to form, I must extract the ancient Tao power from it. This is not difficult. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the stars between his eyebrows and the three clans flew out. As they rotated, a suction force enveloped the blood person. The blood person began to distort, and a smoke-like aura came out and entered Wang Lin's three clan stars. The process was very fast. After about one incense stick of time, all the ancient Tao power had been extracted by Wang Lin. The blood person no longer contained any Tao aura. As the ancient Tao aura was separated, the blood person released a flash of red light. As the blood person distorted, the blood person slowly withdrew. What appeared before Wang Lin was an avatar that looked exactly like him. This avatar was like a newborn child. Although it looked like an adult, it had no soul only a body. Soul condense. Wang Lin's right hand pointed to between his eyebrows, and a part of his soul entered the avatar's body. When the part of Wang Lin's soul fused with the avatar's body, Wang Lin felt like he and the avatar were one. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's expression became even more tired. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was going to sleep. The moment his original body closed his eyes, Wang Lin's avatar suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a bright light. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his right hand and pointed at the stars. The fire essence I comprehended that dissipated among the stars returned. The moment he said this, flames began to appear in the vast starry sky with the nether beast as the center. More and more flames appeared until they were connected together. From afar, it looked like the starry sky was burning, and a sea of flames surged into the sky. The sea of flames formed a ring around Wang Lin and gathered from all directions. This scene was like a giant wave that rumbled endlessly. Soon, when all the flames closed in on Wang Lin, it was as if Wang Lin's left eye had turned into a black hole. All the flames rushed into his left eye. In an instant, the sea of flames dissipated and a fire essence mark flashed in Wang Lin's left eye. Wang Lin softly said, "Fuse with the thunder essence in space. As the Lord of Thunder, I summon all of you back to my body through my comprehension." With this wave, the galaxy trembled. Layers of ripples spread out from the spot where the flames had dissipated, and as they continued to spread, muffled rumbles gradually came from a distance. The rumbles were getting closer and closer, and they came from all directions. A moment later, the rumbling thunder replaced all the sounds in the galaxy. The rumbles were deafening, and bolts of thunder appeared like divine retribution. The bolts of lightning formed a large expanse that roared toward Wang Lin. In an instant, all the lightning gathered in Wang Lin's right eye and shot into it. Every bolt of lightning that fused with Wang Lin caused countless arcs of lightning to move around his body. These arcs of lightning seemed to be cheering, as if they were happy to be back under his control. Soon, all the lightning in space dissipated in front of Wang Lin's right eye. In his right eye, the eternal lightning mark appeared. Two essences, fire in his left eye and thunder in his right eye. The ethereal essence I comprehended during my 1,000 years of dream Tao contains all of my, Wang Lin's, domain and great Tao. You are all things I comprehended, and although you have dissipated, you can still condense and return. The first thing to return to the ethereal essence is life and death. Wang Lin murmured and stretched out his hands. My left hand represents life. My right hand represents death. Time passes, but my Tao heart remains the same. Wisps of white mist began to emanate out from Wang Lin's left hand, which slowly began to emit a gentle, white glow. It was life force, Wang Lin's life force, and also a part of the essence of life and death that he had comprehended during his 2,000 years of cultivation. At the same time, black mist swirled around Wang Lin's right hand, forming a black sphere of light. Within the black mist was the aura of decay and death, as if his right hand could summon the souls of the dead from the yellow springs of hell. As the black and white auras spread out, they flowed through Wang Lin's arm and then converged on his forehead. They fused together and began to rotate like yin and yang. The essence of life and death had returned. Wang Lin's aura increased explosively. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin thought back to what had happened with Tian Yunzi and sighed emotionally. The second thing to return is the essence of true and false. What is true and what is false is life. As he spoke, his body immediately became illusory, as if he was no longer real. In particular, his eyes were like the stars. If someone looked at them, they would be confused and wouldn't be able to tell the difference between pupils and pupils. When I close my eyes, everything is false. When I open my eyes, everything is true. As Wang Lin muttered, he closed his eyes. Everything in the world dissipated in his heart. What cave world? What third soul? Even a nether beast no longer existed. At this moment, Wang Lin felt that everything was an illusion. When he opened his eyes, the essence of true and false condensed. As Wang Lin condensed his essence, the nether beast continued to move forward. It gradually left the summoned river and arrived in the Cloud Sea star system. At this moment, there was a group of people moving through the stars in the Cloud Sea star system. This group of people was led by 4 old men. There were several hundred of them, and they flew through the starry sky. The ripples they emitted whistled through the air as they went. They also gave off powerful auras, and the 4 of them were strongest. The 4 of them had used some unknown spell to connect their divine senses together. At this moment, the 4 of them flew forward, and a giant gourd appeared above their heads. This gourd was green and gave off traces of time. There was a cloud of green gas inside the gourd as if it was guiding them. The 4 old men would stop every 1 meter of distance. The 4 of them bowed at the gourd, and their divine senses fused as if they were communicating with it. These 4 old men were the 4 great generals of the ancient celestial realm. Behind this group of celestials was the old devil Jean, wearing a Taoist robe. He looked calm as he followed from a distance. He didn't care about the celestials, and the celestials didn't care about his existence. The first one was even worse. Chapter 17:27. After the nether beast fused with Tian Yunzi, it had become the heavenly Tao. If it didn't want others to know about its aura, it would be very difficult for others to detect it. If it was outside the cave world, there might be some clues, but inside the cave world, it was absolute. Back then, even Zhao Fei wasn't able to sense the existence of the heavenly Tao ahead of time and was killed. Although the nether beast had appeared in the Cloud Sea, not even the old devil Jean had noticed it. As for the 4 generals, they didn't know at all. Although their divine senses were enough to cover the entire Cloud Sea, they couldn't see the nether beast. Not even Wang Lin, who was sitting on the nether beast, noticed it. This was also the reason why All-Seer had been in the summoned river for hundreds of years, but no one had noticed him. On the back of the nether beast, Wang Lin's original body was cultivating while his avatar was condensing essences. The traces of essences condensing echoed across the star system. This couldn't be hidden, and it was noticed by the 4 generals and the celestials in the Cloud Sea. However, no matter how much their divine senses searched, they couldn't find any clues. In their divine senses, the nether beast didn't exist. It was just a calm star system. When the old devil Jean followed the celestials of the ancient celestial realm, he frowned and looked into the distance. However, in the end, he still couldn't find anything. This matter is a bit strange. The old devil Jean's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. His original body was quickly recovering while his avatar was condensing essences, so he had no time to care about anything else. At this moment, after the true and false essences appeared, Wang Lin's avatar raised his right hand and slowly opened his palm. The 3rd ethereal essence is karma. The opening of the palm is karma, and the destruction of the palm is karma. The moment Wang Lin clenched his right hand into a fist, the karma essence emerged from the starry sky. It gathered in the palm of his hand and fused into Wang Lin's body. After that, Wang Lin used the same method to gather the slaughter origin and the restriction origin. They merged with his body again. The condensation of the 7 origins began to slowly circulate in Wang Lin's body. As it rotated, Wang Lin's nascent divinity slowly emerged from the essence, causing everything about Wang Lin to return to the state it had been before it had collapsed. The only difference was that there was no soul of Tian Yunzi's avatar. The moment his clone fully recovered, Wang Lin's main body opened his eyes and looked at his clone. A moment later, Wang Lin's avatar moved and overlapped with his original body. Popping sounds echoed as they completely fused into one. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved his body. After feeling no discomfort, he looked up at the stars in the distance. Since I have the qualifications to fight for the throne, I need to go to Planet 5 Elements. Planet 5 Elements is a place with too many secrets. is the last hidden force in the cave world. This force obviously wanted to take advantage of the situation. It was similar to the All-Seer's idea before. Since you like to hide in the dark, then let me force you out. I'll let you know that this cave world doesn't belong to any of you outsiders. After this last hidden force is forced out, the fight for the third soul in this cave world will officially begin. From Wang Lin's point of view, Tian Yunzi was a nail that had to be pulled out. Otherwise, a series of variables would appear, and any one of them might be fatal. In truth, this was indeed the case. Now that Tian Yunzi's variable had been destroyed by Wang Lin, the second nail was the group of outsiders from the Gue sect from the immortal astral continent. This group of outsiders was the second nail in the coffin. Bring them out from the dark and expose them to the light. This was also a game for the throne. This was what Wang Lin thought, to see who could find the third soul first. As Wang Lin pondered, the nether beast slowly moved forward and soon arrived in the depths of the cloud sea. With a thought from Wang Lin, the nether beast closed its terrifying eyes and was about to head toward the brilliant void. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly exclaimed and looked into the distance. His eyes lit up. Not long after, more than 100 rays of light appeared in the distance. They were heading toward where Wang Lin was. The four people at the front all had giant gourds above their heads. They were giving off green gas as if they were forming a storm. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he sat on the back of the nether beast. He coldly looked at the rays of light and ignored them. Wang Lin. The more than 100 rays of light stopped in the starry sky, and shocked voices came from the four old men in the lead. The person who spoke was the Azure Dragon General. He stared at Wang Lin, especially the nether beast under Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon General's heart skipped a beat. What kind of beast is this? He didn't recognize the nether beast and didn't know that it was the heavenly Tao. After all, aside from the seven-colored celestial sovereign, no one had seen the heavenly Tao's true body. In everyone's memory, the heavenly Tao was only a large mass of fog. Rosefinch, the black tortoise, and the white tiger were also shocked. Their gazes gathered on Wang Lin and the nether beast under him. The reason they were shocked was because their divine senses were spread out and they didn't notice anything. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Wang Lin would appear here. Even when they checked with their divine senses, they still felt a calm space. It was as if Wang Lin and the beast under him were an illusion that didn't exist. How could the four of them not be shocked? The four of them looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The one who was even more shocked was old Devil Jean, who had been following them. His pupils shrank. He didn't feel any danger from Wang Lin, but he clearly felt a sense of danger from the beast under him. Why did you call Wang Lin? Wang Lin's expression was very calm as his gaze swept past the 100 celestials. The rest of them were nothing to worry about. Only the four generals were worthy of Wang Lin's attention. After his gaze swept past them, Wang Lin noticed the giant gourd floating above the four generals. The gourd gave off a faint celestial aura and was very extraordinary. I haven't seen Wang Daoyu since we parted. Now that we meet again, where are you going? The Azure Dragon General suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes lit up and he slowly spoke. Brilliant void. Wang Lin didn't waste any time. After saying these two words, the nether beast under him silently floated forward. He didn't have time to pay attention to these people. Whether it was the four generals or the mysterious old Devil Jean, they weren't enough to make Wang Lin stop. However, while he wanted to leave, others didn't think the same way. The four generals looked at each other and then at the nether beast under Wang Lin. Their eyes revealed a strange light. The Azure Dragon General appeared before Wang Lin and slowly said, Wang Daoyu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We have an agreement before. This time, we didn't cause trouble for your celestial realm, nor did we kill anyone from this cave world. Is there something urgent? Wang Lin frowned and coldly stared at the other side. After a long time, he calmly said two words. Make way. Wang Daoyu, don't be angry. We don't have any ill intentions. It's just that the beast under you is very strange. It can actually avoid all divine senses. Where did you get this beast? The white tiger general smiled, stepped forward, and stood to the right of Wang Lin. At the same time, the black tortoise general also stepped forward and appeared to the left of Wang Lin. The rosefinch general hesitated for a bit, but he still chose to block Wang Lin's path of retreat. Shortly after, the ancient celestials all silently closed in and surrounded Wang Lin and the nether beast. Fellow Taoist Wang, we will abide by the terms of our cooperation. Let's not damage our friendship. Otherwise, something might happen to your puny immortal realm, said the Xuanwu warrior with a smile, his words calm. Wang Lin looked at the celestials surrounding him, but his eyes were still calm. Wang Daoyu, you have the Li Guangbao and arrows, so we don't want to be enemies with you. You just need to tell me where you got this beast. The azure dragon general stared at the nether beast with greed hidden in his eyes. I believe even fellow cultivator Zhan is interested in the origin of this beast. The black tortoise general was the most cunning. He smiled and looked back at the Taoist-robed old ghost Zhan, who was floating behind everyone. The old devil Zhan slowly revealed a smile. With his age, he was naturally more cunning. He could tell at a glance that the reason the four generals were blocking Wang Lin was because he was following behind them. Old ghost Zhan was very good at using his own power to suppress others when he was young. In addition, he was indeed very interested in the nether beast, so he nodded after pondering for a bit. I'm indeed very interested in this beast. If Wang Lin is willing to part with it, I can promise you one condition. Wang Daoyu, it's not worth it to waste a few shots of the Li Guangbao for a fierce beast. Also, how many shots do you have left? Can you tell us where you got this beast? Can you lend it to the old man? If you lend it to me, the old man will immediately step aside and let you leave. Even if you don't lend it to me, we are all friends, so the old man won't dare to stop you. However, there might be a crack in our previous cooperation. There aren't many cultivators left in the cave world. The azure dragon general revealed a smile and slowly said, You guys didn't go find a third soul and instead came to provoke Wang. It looks like the pain from before wasn't deep enough. Forget it. Today I'll let you all feel pain again, pain that will enter your bones. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stood up. His left hand reached at the void, and a giant heaven-splitting axe appeared. The second one was even more terrifying. Chapter 1728. The moment his words echoed, the expressions of the four generals changed. Even old Devil Zhan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Lin. This was the first time Wang Lin had said what everyone was thinking, the third soul. The four generals had never mentioned this to Wang Lin before. In their view, this was the most secretive matter, and very few people in the cave world knew about it. However, before they could recover from the shock of Wang Lin's words, Wang Lin raised his left hand, and the heaven-splitting axe rapidly expanded until it was hundreds of feet wide. Wang Lin's body was filled with ancient Tao aura, and his size suddenly increased a bit. God Ji's heaven-splitting axe was fused with Wang Lin's Tao Ji bloodline. There was no one else more suitable than Wang Lin to have this axe. At this moment, Wang Lin mercilessly chopped down without any hesitation. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the axe fell, the stars rumbled and the ancient Tao shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. The shadow also held the axe and chopped down along with Wang Lin. The azure dragon general was the closest. The aura of the celestial bloodline spread out and turned into an azure dragon. It let out a roar and charged at the axe. At the same time, the black tortoise, rosefinch, and the white tiger general let out roars, and three shadows appeared around Wang Lin. The giant white tiger, the fire-like rosefinch, and the black tortoise that set off a monstrous wave of earth all charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He was going to make these ancient celestials feel pain and remember this lesson. At this moment, he didn't dodge at all. Ancient Tao power surrounded his body and formed his ancient immortal body. As his body rapidly recovered, the axe in Wang Lin's left hand chopped down and opened a giant rift. The azure dragon struggled and roared before collapsing. The azure dragon general appeared and charged at Wang Lin. The four of them joined forces, and their spells all landed on Wang Lin at the same time. Wang Lin held the axe in his left hand and swept it in a circle. A thunderous rumble echoed as the axe energy collided with the spells of the four generals. A powerful shock wave spread out and forced the surrounding 100 celestials to retreat. At the same time, the spells of the four generals penetrated the axe energy and landed on Wang Lin. With a thunderous bang, space itself seemed to collapse. The four generals retreated, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Lin stood on the nether beast and used the ancient immortal body to resist the combined attacks of the four of them. Your cultivations haven't fully recovered. You're only at the late stage of arcane void. This kind of cultivation can't hurt my body. Wang Lin stepped forward. He was very fast and instantly closed in on one of the retreating celestials. His right hand tore forward. The power of ripping the heavens appeared. Wang Lin's right arm was Yi Mo's arm, and the celestial didn't even have the qualifications to resist. He let out a miserable scream as his body collapsed and his flesh and blood scattered. Even the two celestials behind him weren't able to escape the range of the power. Their bodies collapsed, and their origin souls were torn apart. Wang Lin's body flickered, and as the four generals closed in, he entered the rift. When he reappeared, he was already behind another group of celestials. Heaven ripping! The moment Wang Lin appeared, he waved his right hand. Miserable screams echoed as the 7 or 8 celestials all collapsed. The four generals let out roars, and spells filled the sky. They quickly shot toward Wang Lin, but Wang Lin's ancient immortal body was able to resist them once more. With one step, he appeared before another group of celestials. Under the horrified gazes of those celestials, intense pain filled their bodies. They couldn't resist or dodge, so they collapsed and were covered in blood mist. Wang Lin, I'm going to slaughter your celestial realm. The Azure Dragon General roared. His eyes were filled with anger, but even more than that, he couldn't believe Wang Lin's method and the strength of his body. It looks like the lesson of blood isn't enough. Wang Lin turned around and returned to the back of the nether beast. Just as old Devil Jean was about to close in, he shook off the blood on his right hand and patted the nether beast. Let's kill these people. Smell good. The moment Wang Lin said this, old Devil Jean suddenly stopped. At the same time, the nether beast's eyes opened. The ruthlessness and indifference in those eyes caused the hearts of everyone here to tremble. At this instant, when the Azure Dragon General saw the nether beast's gaze, a rumble echoed in his mind. This gaze was extremely rare, and he had only seen it once in his life. It was a very, very long time ago when he personally saw the fog with this gaze devour Lien Daofei in one gulp. This is... Just as the Azure Dragon General and the other 3 generals were terrified, the nether beast listened to Wang Lin's command and opened its mouth to devour the stars. If the stars were the sky would change colors. If the stars were the clouds would scatter. At this moment, a boundless mist appeared out of nowhere in the entire starry sky. This mist spread out in all directions, and an ancient aura could be clearly felt by everyone present. Just at this moment, a powerful suction force appeared. The remaining 70 to 80 celestials around Wang Lin turned pale, and their bodies were sucked in uncontrollably. Screams filled with fear echoed as all of them were devoured by the nether beast's giant mouth. All of this happened in an instant, and ended in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react. Everything before them was occupied by fog, and screams echoed. After everything was over, the stars were still the same, and it was as if the fog had never appeared. However, aside from Wang Lin, there were only 5 people left. Will you be able to remember the pain this time? Wang Lin stood on the back of the nether beast, and his expression didn't change at all. His voice wasn't loud, but when it entered the ears of the 5 people, including the old Devil Jean, their hearts trembled. Heavenly Tao. This is the Heavenly Tao. The Azure Dragon General's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He had never been as terrified as he was right now. Not even seeing Wang Lin draw the Li Guang bow could compare to this. The heavenly Tao is actually here with you? This. The scheming black tortoise general was stunned. The fear in his eyes was no less than the fear in the Azure Dragon General's eyes. In fact, it was even stronger. He had clearly felt the devouring power of the heavenly Tao, and that power was enough to drown him. Not only was there fear and shock in his heart, but there was also hesitation. In his eyes, Wang Lin had become a terrifying existence that ruled everything. The White Tiger General and the Vermilion Bird General froze in place, as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell. What I wanted before was actually the heavenly Tao. No wonder I couldn't sense its aura. No wonder, in the distance, the pupils of the old Devil Jean shrank, revealing shock that was difficult to hide. The seven-colored soul inside his body roared and instantly took control of the old Devil Jean's body. His expression became twisted, and the aura of the seven-colored celestial sovereign filled his body. He stared at Wang Lin with fear. If he wasn't in this cave world, he wouldn't be afraid of the heavenly Tao. But here, everything was different. The heavenly Tao was everything in this cave world. Controlling the heavenly Tao was the same as controlling everything. But even so, there was a limit to how much the heavenly Tao could devour. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed by Lien Daofei's explosion. The old Devil Jean also had the means to resist, but he was thinking about another problem. You found the third soul. The old Devil Jean spoke bitterly. His voice was bleak, but it wasn't his voice. It was the seven-colored soul. I didn't find it. Wang Lin shook his head. The nether beast coldly looked at the five of them before closing its eyes and flying into the distance. When it passed by the four generals, the four of them immediately retreated and didn't dare to block them. They watched as Wang Lin and the nether beast disappeared into the distance, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Perhaps they had the means to not fear the old Devil Jean. After all, the old Devil Jean also had the seven-colored soul. However, when it came to Wang Lin's heavenly Tao, there was nothing but silence. Wang Lin sat on the nether beast and floated toward the brilliant void. Although he looked calm, he let out a sigh in his heart. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is not complete? The four generals are easy to deal with, but old Ghost Jean and the nether beast just sent a message that it would be difficult to devour them. Also in the brilliant void, there was a flash of seven-colored light in the starry sky. Daoist Kai walked forward with 9 fist-sized balls of blood in his hand. The 9 mysterious bloodline is finally complete. With the power of the 9 mysterious bloodline, I can use the reincarnation Tao to find the third soul that escaped into the reincarnation cycle. He should be in the brilliant void. At the same time, on the immortal astral continent, in the celestial clan, there was a large mountain range. This place was covered in dense trees, making it look like a wild land. It was night, and the starlight shined on the earth. The surroundings were not quiet, and the roars of fierce beasts would occasionally come from the dense forest. A long time ago, there was a celestial sect in this mountain range. Its name was the Seven Tao Sect. Ripples could be seen in the bright moon hanging high in the sky, distorting the moon. Gradually, a bleak figure slowly appeared. It was a young man with black hair. The young man looked tired as he looked at the earth below. His tired face revealed a happy smile and was filled with anticipation. It was as if no matter how great the price he had to pay, it was worth it to come here. Child of my ancient Tao clan, I've come to take you home. The road back may be difficult, but I know you won't be afraid. The young man smiled as he walked toward the mountain range. The third night. It was very difficult to listen to the third night for 5 days in a row. His body was one thing, but if this continued, he would worry about the quality. There's still 2 more days, and I might not be able to complete the third night until the end of the month. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after tomorrow, I want to adjust the second night. I know this is the key to the monthly votes, but if the quality is bad, everything will be for naught. Chapter 1729. The brilliant void had existed for a long time, and it was impossible to know the exact time. Perhaps only the previous owner of the cave world, the seven-colored celestial sovereign, knew a bit. In the long history of the brilliant void, from the day Wang Lin was born on Suzaku until now, the brilliant void had experienced two wars. The first war was with the Luo Tian. That war resulted in a lot of deaths and chaos. However, compared to the second war, it was obviously inferior. The second war was between the inner and outer realms. During this war, the brilliant void became a desolate ruin. Whether it was cultivators or mortals, all life let out roars of despair during this war. Many cultivation planets that were full of vitality collapsed into dust. These planets that were bright before the war were now silent. Looking at the stars were all gray. This was the foundation of the dust. There weren't many cultivation planets, abandoned planets, or abandoned planets left. However, there were still some that used their own unique methods to remain aloof during the two wars. They didn't participate in the war and weren't destroyed. In the vast sea of stars, there was a cultivation planet like this that slowly rotated. At first glance, this planet was green and the trees on it were dense. It was as if they were giving the planet a coat of shade. This was a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was so dense that not even planet Tianyun had this much spiritual energy. There were no subsidiary planets around it, only 5 rings of different colors. These 5 rings intersected, looking like a blooming flower. They gave off a mesmerizing aura, making the planet look extremely beautiful. There were many mortals on the planet, more than 1 billion. They lived happily and weren't affected by the war at all. This was rare in the brilliant void and the inner realm. Perhaps it was because the planet's spiritual energy was very dense, but the mortals here rarely got sick. Most of them were healthy and very handsome. Similarly, after living on this cultivation planet for generations, the number of mortals with the constitution of a celestial cultivator increased a bit. This planet was Planet 5 Elements. There was only one sect on Planet 5 Elements. This sect was very simple. It was called the Whole Unity Sect. The so-called return to one was probably referring to the 5 elements returning to one. In the brilliant void, Planet 5 Elements was a very strange place. Although it was in space, it was very difficult to find. Even the Cultivation Alliance wouldn't be able to find Planet 5 Elements if they didn't know its exact coordinates. Even if they spread out their divine senses, they would find nothing, just like the Nether Beast. It was because of this that the planet didn't suffer any setbacks during the two wars. However, it wasn't like there were no accidents. During the war between the inner and outer realms, a group of hundreds of outer realm cultivators accidentally broke into this planet and never came out again. This was the 5 Elements planet, mysterious and unfathomable. Wang Lin had the coordinates of the 5 Element planet, which was given to him by Na Duo in the past. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of the Nether Beast with a jade in his hand. He was carefully identifying the direction of Planet 5 Elements. Na Duo's invitation was more than 1,000 years ago. A lot of things can change in more than 1,000 years. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade and let out a sigh. He sent a message to the Nether Beast, and the Nether Beast floated into the distance. On the way to Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin would think of the past. Wang Lin had met Na Duo back then because of a bag of holding. Wang Lin had been hunted by Na Duo, and it wasn't until his G realm appeared that he was able to escape danger. Na Duo has the 5-colored G realm, Wang Lin murmured. The Nether Beast under him slowly appeared in a star domain that Wang Lin was very unfamiliar with. In other words, if one was in the outer region, one's divine sense wouldn't be able to see this star domain. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, they wouldn't be able to see it with their divine sense. It was as if this star domain was separated from the brilliant void. Before Wang Lin, he saw Planet 5 Elements that was like a blooming flower. The moment he saw this planet, Wang Lin couldn't help but reveal a look of obsession. The ring around planet 5 elements was very beautiful. Wang Lin had seen many cultivation planets, but this one was the most beautiful. This planet doesn't belong to the cave world. Wang Lin closed his eyes. He was the master of the heavenly Tao, so he could vaguely feel the thoughts of the nether beast under him. The reason this planet couldn't be sensed by divine sense and seemed to be separated from the brilliant void was because this planet didn't exist in the cave world. After that group of foreign cultivators entered, they used a spell I don't understand to bring this cultivation planet from the immortal astral continent. When Wang Lin closed his eyes, he fused with the heavenly Tao. When he opened his eyes, there was clarity in Wang Lin's eyes. Standing up from the back of the nether beast, Wang Lin stepped toward the stars. He allowed the nether beast to float there as Wang Lin walked toward the bright cultivation planet. The moment he closed in, the 5 rings around planet 5 elements shined brightly. The rings rotated rapidly and whistled loudly, preventing Wang Lin from entering. Wang Lin stopped and looked at planet 5 elements. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "You're right. Na duo. Today, Wang has come to keep the appointment for back then." Wang Lin's voice was calm and spread in all directions. His voice entered the ring and went deep into planet 5 elements. It echoed like muffled thunder and echoed in the ears of every living being. It was like the might of the heavens. The moment his voice echoed, all the living beings on the planet stopped moving. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, even the fierce beasts in the jungle, their hearts trembled. Wang Lin's voice echoed in their ears. Wang Lin calmly stood outside the rings and waited for a reply. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the cultivation planet. This voice was filled with shock and terror, but there was also a deep sense of dread hidden within. Elder Na Duo has been in closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years and doesn't care about the outside world. We can't wake him up. Why are you looking for him? Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before he shook his head and softly said, "Who are you?" The old man is the Gue E sect's vice sect master in Dongshin. When the sect master and the elders are in closed-door cultivation, he is in charge of the Gue E sect. I know your identity, but Elder Na Duo can't come out, so please leave. The hoarse voice became even more cautious. It took a while after Wang Lin spoke for him to organize his words. Wang Lin's gaze penetrated the rings and vaguely saw planet 5 elements. After a long time, he calmly spoke. "He knows I'm here." With that, Wang Lin raised his foot and walked toward the rapidly rotating 5-element ring. As Wang Lin moved forward, the hoarse voice filled with sharpness and fear immediately came out. "Sir, your status is noble, but my planet 5 elements is not a place where you can enter as you please. If you force your way in, this old man will activate the 5 elements convert formation. The array formation is merciless." Before the hoarse voice could finish speaking, an extremely overbearing divine sense suddenly spread out from the planet. This divine sense swept out and set off waves of earth-shattering whistles. In an instant, it suppressed the hoarse voice and transmitted an extremely arrogant divine sense. If you can break through the 5 elements formation, you will naturally enter planet 5 elements. What's with all this nonsense? If you dare to break through, then go in. If you don't dare, then scram for the old man. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't hesitate at all. He maintained his pace and walked forward step by step. The moment he touched the rings, popping sounds echoed around Wang Lin. The rumbles were intense, as if countless spells were bombarding Wang Lin. These spells came from the 5 halos, and they contained the power of the 5 elements. Sometimes it was fire, sometimes it was cold water, sometimes it was metal, sometimes it was earth, and there was even with energy surrounding it. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the formation, 9 towering mountains formed a ring on the eastern part of planet 5 elements. They formed the Gue E sect. The 9 mountains pierced straight into the sky. From afar, they looked like 9 sharp swords pointing at the sky. There was also a murderous aura emanating from them that surrounded the surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers. There were no mortals or living beings within these 500,000 kilometers, and the ground was completely dark. There was a giant tower at the center of the 9 mountains. This tower was taller than the mountains and had 99 floors. This tower was the Gue-E sect. The entire Gue-E sect existed inside this giant tower. It was completely different from any other cultivation planet in the inner realm. At this moment, rays of light flew out from the bottom 30 floors of the tower and densely occupied the surroundings. Each of these rays of light had an earth cultivator, and their cultivation levels varied. Most of them were at the first step, and there were not many at the second step. At this moment, these cultivators all looked up at the sky with disdain. After they all flew out from the bottom 30 floors, nearly 100 cultivators also flew out from the middle 30 floors. Most of them were old men, and their eyes shined brightly. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary, and most of them were at the second step. At this moment, their expressions were calm as they occupied the 9 mountains around them and looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with disdain. They didn't believe anyone could easily walk out of the planet protection formation. At the top of the tower, on the 10th floor, there were 4 people sitting there. One of them was wearing a black robe and had a mole under his right eye. He was extremely domineering and let out a cold snort. Even if he is Wang Lin, so what? In this cave world, aside from the 7-colored soul, no one else is worthy of our attention. Even if I were to step into this 5 elements grand formation, I would only be able to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before stopping at the fire gate. Even if his cultivation is higher than mine, it's impossible for him to pass all 5 gates. I actually hope that he can pass all 5 trials. At that time, the formation will be completely activated to derive the 9 revolutions, 5 elements return to 1 technique. I wonder how many revolutions he can endure within the 9 revolutions. Beside the black-robed old man sat a middle-aged woman. Her expression was harsh, and her voice was sharp as she laughed. Chapter 1730. Should we tell Eldernod Duo about this? Among the 4 of them was an old man. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had some brown spots on his face. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. His voice belonged to Yin Dongshan, who was very afraid of Wang Lin. The last one to speak was a middle-aged man. He frowned and slowly said, "I also suggest that we not provoke this Wang Lin without Eldernod Duo's instructions. This person is very famous. Since he came to visit, when has our whole sect been afraid of anyone? So what if this Wang Lin has an extraordinary reputation? Even if he is a dragon, he will still have to bow down on our planet." The middle-aged woman screamed. The old man in black with a mole under his right eye waved his sleeve and coldly said, "Don't argue. The old man has already made his decision, and Eldernod Duo might also know about this. Since he didn't stop us, then let us see what this Wang Lin is capable of." With a wave of his sleeve, the space between the 4 of them distorted and turned into a mirror. Inside the mirror was Wang Lin walking in the middle of the 5 rings. At the same time, 2 people were sitting cross-legged on the 9th floor of the tower. Both of them were middle-aged, and one of them was wearing a 5-colored robe. His expression was calm, and his eyes revealed a strange light as he looked up at the sky outside the tower. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize this person at a glance. This person was Na Duo, who Suzuku had met back then. More than a year had passed, but there was no trace of it on Na Duo. He was still the same as before. Looking at the sky, Na Duo revealed a smile. Back then, he was just a little nascent soul cultivator. After more than 1,000 years, he has grown to such a height. Even I am not his match. I'm also not his match, but so what? After all, we are just their descendants. It is enough to guard this place. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Na Duo was wearing purple clothes. He was quite handsome. After hearing Na Duo's words, he smiled. If an enemy really does come in, there's no need for us to do anything. Any one of the patriarchs on the upper levels would be able to resolve everything. But then again, do you think this Wang Lin can walk out of the five elements grand formation? He might be able to achieve the five elements, but below the 9 revolutions, he shouldn't be able to make it past the 3rd revolution. One had to know that this formation was set up by the 9 ancestors at the same time. Even though so many years had passed, it was still not something an ordinary person could break. I roughly know this Wang Lin's cultivation. He's only at the middle stage of spirit void. Not Duo smiled. In that case, let's just treat it as a show. The middle-aged man also smiled as he looked out of the tower. Outside Planet 5 Elements, inside the 5 rings, Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked forward step by step. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears, but none of this could harm Wang Lin at all. His ancient Tao body was very strong, so how could these spells break it? As he moved forward, the power of the 5 elements continued to change. Sometimes there were monstrous flames, sometimes there were sandstorms, sometimes there were raging seas, and sometimes there were howls of metal mixed in with the howls of wood spirits. Wang Lin's footsteps didn't stop at all. He had come to Planet 5 Elements and was fully prepared. Even if this place was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he would still charge in. There was a second variable hidden here besides Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin didn't know how much power this variable had, but it was extremely disadvantageous for him to find the 3rd soul. His purpose in coming here was to lift the veil of this variable. He wanted to know exactly how strong this hidden force was. Only then would Wang Lin feel at ease. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could crush this force, but he was confident that no matter how strong the other party was, if Wang Lin wanted to leave, no one would dare to stop him. If he didn't have this confidence, he wouldn't have come here by himself. As he stepped forward, the 5-element spell continued to collapse around Wang Lin. It wasn't until Wang Lin took the 14th step that he entered the 5 intersecting rings around Planet 5 Elements. This place was very bright and dazzling. The power of the 5 elements suddenly changed. The power of the 5 elements around Wang Lin suddenly turned into the power of Earth. Everything that had appeared before was just the periphery. What Wang Lin was about to face was the real first of the 5 elements, the Earth formation. When Wang Lin entered the 5-element rings and the Earth formation was activated, his vision became blurry. It was as if he was in another world. In this world, there was only Earth and no sky. Below him was an endless land. When he looked up, what should have been the sky was also an upside-down piece of land. Pieces of earth fell from the upside-down land like rain. In front of him, there was a storm that connected the 2 lands. There wasn't just one storm, but 9. 9 storms surrounded Wang Lin, and their howls echoed endlessly. At the same time, the 9 storms moved extremely fast. They closed in on Wang Lin in an instant and turned into 9 giant faces. These faces were made of earth and sand, and they roared as they charged at Wang Lin. The land beneath Wang Lin's feet trembled and was pushed back like an ocean. It was as if there were strange and fierce beasts hidden within. Rumbling echoed in his ears, but Wang Lin's expression was calm as he coldly looked at everything. Wang doesn't care about a mere 5-element formation spirit. Wang Lin took a step forward and closed in on the face. As it closed in on him, Wang Lin clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. With a bang, the face collapsed. A large amount of earth scattered around Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and closed in on the second face. He punched out again. Rumbling sounds rang out as Wang Lin took 9 steps and punched out 9 times. The 9 faces collapsed, but at this moment the upside-down land in this strange world began to rapidly move and press down on Wang Lin. At the same time, the land below began to tremble and rise up. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 continent-sized lands gathered together and submerged Wang Lin's figure. Inside the 5-element tower, the black-robed old man and the others all looked at the giant mirror. When they saw this, the black-robed old man laughed. How could the great Earth formation be so easy to break? This Wang Lin is overestimating himself. Even if he is at the third step, it will take some effort for him to break this great Earth formation. That's right, this is only the second transformation of the great Earth formation. There are still 7 more transformations. I think that even if Wang Lin passes the great Earth formation, he will be seriously injured. The middle-aged woman's voice was sharp as she stared at Wang Lin in the mirror. She revealed a look of hatred and pleasure. Wang Lin, Situ Nan. Today, you will receive punishment on behalf of that heartless person. The other 2 people were startled for a moment and frowned. They looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. It seemed to be going a bit too smoothly. Just at this moment, the time in the mirror suddenly changed. This drastic change immediately interrupted the laughter of the black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman. When they saw everything clearly, their expressions immediately changed. Inside the mirror, the land that had gathered together had been completely sealed, and Wang Lin was firmly pressed in the middle. There was no gap, but at this moment, the 2 lands let out a heaven-shaking rumble. This rumble was very rhythmic, and it was as if someone was calmly punching the land. Cracks suddenly appeared on the land. More and more cracks appeared, and in the end, the land collapsed into pieces. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all as he walked out from the collapsed land. If this was it, it wouldn't be enough to shock the black-robed man and the middle-aged woman. They were horrified to see Wang Lin raise his right hand and use some unknown spell. The collapsed land exploded into countless dirt particles that flew toward Wang Lin. They circled around his body before strangely shrinking and gathering in the palm of Wang Lin's right hand. They turned into a small handful of dirt. This small handful of dirt gave off a powerful spiritual aura. It was the formation spirit of the 5-element Earth formation. The 4 of them silently pondered. The black-robed old man gasped, and his eyes were filled with terror. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin's reflection in the mirror. He clenched his right hand and watched the handful of dirt disappear. Then he saw Wang Lin raise his head and suddenly look at him. The old man subconsciously exclaimed. Not only him, but the moment Wang Lin's gaze swept by them, the middle-aged woman and the other 2 felt their scalps go numb and retreated. He can't find us. We are outside the formation. He actually collected the Earth spirit. On the 10th floor of the tower, Na Duo's gaze was still fixed on the sky outside the tower, and he gradually frowned. If he only broke the Earth formation, it wouldn't be a problem, but he actually collected the Earth spirit. His reputation is indeed not for nothing. He is indeed very strong. The middle-aged man across from Na Duo softly said, No problem. There are still 4 more trials. After the 4 trials, I want to see how he collects the power of the 9 cycles. There was a flash of coldness in Na Duo's eyes. He and Wang Lin weren't friends at all, and their friendship had long dissipated in the past 1,000 years. At this moment, no one in the entire cave world noticed that a blood-red light had appeared in the brilliant void. This blood-red light flashed and turned into a black-haired young man. This young man was wearing a black robe. After looking around, his gaze fell into the distance, and he revealed a smile. He is over there. Forget it, I don't know much about this Bing surname, so I'll just follow him and check it out. In the following time, Air Jin wouldn't rest. Instead, he would organize the outline and carefully ponder the final plot of the cave world. There were a few chapters that he had to think about how to write. He didn't want the battle for the monthly votes to affect the quality. Organizing the outline took more time than writing 1 more chapter. Please understand, even if there are only 2 chapters today, give me the monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 1731. The 5 intersecting halos around Planet 5 elements were blurry, and it was difficult to see what was going on inside. One could only see the 5 elemental lights distorting and layers of ripples spreading in all directions. Wang Lin was in the depths of the ring, and his expression didn't change at all. There was a small handful of sand moving in his right hand. The sand continued to change shape and form various shapes. It tried to break free from Wang Lin's hand, but Wang Lin's right hand closed. The small handful of sand collapsed and couldn't reform, so it dissipated in Wang Lin's palm. This earth sand was formed by the earth element and had a hint of an essence. After Wang Lin put it away, there were now 2 handfuls of sand in his storage space. The other part came from Tian Yunzi. He is indeed worthy of coming from the immortal astral continent. What a big move to condense the earth element spirit into a formation. After tens of thousands of years, perhaps this spirit will reach the 3rd step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the 5-element formation with a burning gaze. Wang Lin became even more interested in this formation. Among the 5-element essences, I have the fire essence. If I can obtain the other 4 essences, my cultivation level will increase greatly. Once the 5 elements fuse into one, I wonder if a new essence will be born. Wang Lin smiled. He looked at the rings around him, and his smile became even brighter. Wang Lin would never talk about morality with his enemies, especially those that didn't belong to the cave world. Strength was everything. If the other party had the power to keep Wang Lin here, then everything would be over. However, if they couldn't, then there would be bandits in Wang Lin's home. Wang Lin was even more of a bandit than they were. After putting away the earth spirit, Wang Lin stepped forward. The moment he stepped forward, what appeared before Wang Lin was a world of fire. This sea of fire covered the sky and earth. In Wang Lin's eyes, the sky was red and the earth was red. This red was the color of fire. The sky was burning and the earth was also burning. His vision was distorted and ripples of the 5 elements echoed. This was caused by the terrifying heat. Under this high temperature, there was no sign of life here, only fire. The raging fire crackled and entered Wang Lin's ears, but it didn't affect him at all. In fact, inside this world of fire, Wang Lin felt more comfortable than outside. On planet 5 elements, in the lower floors of the tower, the black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman's group of 4 finally suppressed the horror in their hearts. They stared at Wang Lin, who was shrouded in flames, in the middle of the mirror. Although the power of the 5 elemental fire spirits is similar to the earth formation, the fire itself is enough to burn the bodies and origin souls of all cultivators. Even if Wang Lin took away the earth spirit, he won't have it easy inside the fire formation. The black-robed old man clearly didn't know that Wang Lin's essence contained the fire essence. At this moment, he seemed to be talking to the 3 people beside him, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. In truth, they couldn't be blamed for not being able to get information. The people of Planet 5 Elements had long been locked down and wouldn't easily go out. Even the information about Wang Lin's identity and cultivation level had come from the Outer Realm cultivators who had accidentally entered. That they didn't know everything, but they had sent out a few people to investigate and slowly learn more. However, they didn't know about Wang Lin's essence. Without an anchor, the earth spirit is more gentle and not as fierce as the fire formation. I'm sure he will be injured inside the fire formation. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with viciousness. She hated Situnan, and she hated everyone who knew Situnan. The other 2 people on this floor were silent. They looked at the mirror with deep dread, but they were still rational, so they didn't say anything. Monstrous flames rose from the fire formation, and the moment Wang Lin entered, the sea of fire roared. The sea of fire roared and surged toward Wang Lin from all directions. In an instant, it closed in on Wang Lin, and 9 fire cheilants appeared from the sea of fire. These 9 cheilants were thousands of feet tall and were made of fire. They gave off high heat, and there were several balls of fire under their feet. The 9 cheilants had ferocious expressions as they charged at Wang Lin from 9 different directions. From a distance, this scene was extremely shocking. Behind the 9 cheilants, there was a monstrous sea of fire that made them look even more majestic. All the cultivators on Planet 5 Elements revealed cruel gazes. Aside from the black-robed old man and the giant mirror, there was also a giant vortex in the sky above the tower. The vortex was reflecting what was happening inside the fire formation where Wang Lin was. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the center of attention. All the cultivators from the Gue E sect looked up. I want to see how he will resist. This time, he will definitely be injured. The black-robed old man clenched his fists as he stared at the mirror before him and roared. However, just at this moment, the old man's expression changed greatly. The moment his expression changed, the middle-aged woman beside him let out a sharp roar. Impossible! He! Immediately afterward, all of the Gue E sect cultivators who were watching the vortex in the sky went into an uproar. Inside the fire formation, Wang Lin's expression was calm as he coldly looked at the 9 fire Qilins closing in. When the 9 Qilins got within 100 feet of Wang Lin, they all stopped. Their eyes were filled with doubt, but they soon threw their heads back and knelt on the ground, letting out whimpering sounds. They no longer looked like Qilins, but like kittens. As they lay down, their faces were filled with joy as if they had met their master. Even the fire behind them roared and circled around Wang Lin. The entire 5-elemental fire formation, the sea of fire, let out a thunderous rumble when Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down. As the rumble echoed, all the flames in the world gathered like crazy. In an instant, aside from Wang Lin and the 9 Qilins, all the flames gathered before Wang Lin to form a 10-foot-tall fire giant. This giant was wearing flaming armor and had a sea of fire cape on his back. His huge body exuded a strong feeling. His body was completely made up of burning flames, and even his hair was made up of flames. After the fire giant appeared, it immediately knelt on one knee toward Wang Lin and placed its hands on its chest. Its expressionless face was filled with fervent respect. What the hell is going on? The 5 elemental fire spirits. The 5 elemental fire spirits are actually kneeling before him. The black-robed old man's face immediately turned pale. He stared at all of this, and his mind went blank. There was also the middle-aged woman. Her face turned deathly pale. She opened her mouth and moved her lips, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She looked at Wang Lin in the mirror with lingering fear in her eyes. Not only were the 2 of them stunned, but all the Gue E sect cultivators outside the tower were also stunned. They looked at the vortex in the sky and were dead silent. If Wang Lin capturing the earth spirit had shocked them, then now they saw the 5 elemental fire spirits worshipping Wang Lin. From beginning to end, Wang Lin hadn't said a word or used any spells inside the fire formation. Just by standing there, he was like a monarch who had come to his own country. Just a glance from him was enough to make all the people in the country kneel down and worship. This was beyond their imagination, beyond their understanding, and it caused intense fear and uneasiness in their hearts. Na Duo and the middle-aged man were silent on the 10th floor of the tower. Na Duo's eyelids twitched, and his expression gradually became extremely gloomy. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Others might not be able to see any clues, but the 2 of them could. Fire essence, Na Duo slowly said, and it has reached its peak state and has become the fire essence of the Lord of 10,000 flames. If it wasn't for this, the 5 elemental fire spirits wouldn't be worshipping him, let alone showing such reverence. The 5 elemental formation can't trap him, but at this moment, he won't take the initiative to come out. I think he plans to take away the 5 elemental spirits. Na Duo's eyes revealed a cold glint. We should lure him out. Otherwise, we can't afford to lose the other 3 elemental formations. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, stood up, and looked outside the tower. Invite the ancestors' battle armor. As the middle-aged man roared, a blue light appeared from the 10th floor of the tower and gathered around him. In an instant, a blue armor appeared on his body, giving off waves of ripples. The next formation is the 5 elemental water formation. I'll see if I can force him out of the formation and directly into the 9 cycles. The middle-aged man raised his right hand and reached at the void. A wave of water appeared in his hand and turned into a long spear. He mercilessly held it in his hand. "You help me hold the formation. I'll go first." The middle-aged man held the long spear and moved forward. He turned into water vapor and dissipated in the 10th floor. Today, there would be 4 updates, and this was the first. The last 12 hours were up. They had to fight to the end. They had already fought to this point, and no one was willing to lose. The other party is unwilling, but I'm also unwilling. Do I still have monthly votes? Chapter 1732. Wang Lin calmly walked forward as the flame giant prostrated itself on the ground. The giant placed its hands on the ground and allowed Wang Lin to step on them. Then it slowly raised its hands and placed them on top of its head. Wang Lin didn't stop. He walked out from the giant's hands and stepped onto the giant's flaming hair. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. The giant stood up and let out a heaven-shaking roar in the direction Wang Lin was pointing. As it roared, the 9 Qilins all stood up. Their bodies trembled, and their expressions became ferocious as they let out roars. When the people from Planet 5 Elements saw what Wang Lin was pointing at, their scalps went numb and their hearts trembled. This was because they could see that Wang Lin was pointing at everyone who was looking at the vortex mirror. As a result, the roar of the giant and the 9 Qilins seemed to be directed at the hundreds of cultivators outside the tower, as well as the 4 people from the Black Robe Mansion inside the tower. The sudden roar caused many of the cultivators outside the tower to subconsciously retreat. Their faces were pale, and the terror in their eyes became even stronger. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. They retreated in fear and sat down to meditate. Under their panicked gazes, they saw Wang Lin standing on the head of the flame giant in the vortex mirror. The 9 Qilins followed him as the giant took a step forward and waved its hands. With that wave, the world of the 5-element fire formation collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the image inside the vortex changed. What appeared before everyone was a boundless sea. It was so big that they couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, the sea was roaring, and the waves seemed to want to roar at the heavens. In this world, the sky was dark, and dark clouds covered the sky. There was no lightning or thunder, but there was a torrential downpour. It was a scene of the sea and rain intertwining, and the world trembling. At this moment, as layers of monstrous waves surged, an extremely handsome middle-aged man, wearing blue armor and holding a blue long spear, slowly rose from the sea. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and under his feet there were layers of huge waves pushing him. 5 Celestial Water General. It's our Gue E-Sex Lord Water General. Lord Water General has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. Now that he has appeared, the intruder won't be able to pass the water formation. Lord Water General is a complete water spirit body of the 5 elements. His existence in the water formation is the spirit of the water formation. With him here, the power of this small formation will multiply. That despicable intruder will definitely die. When the middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding Gue E-Sec cultivators seemed to be injected with new strength, and they were all filled with excitement. An old man at the mid-stage of Nirvana Cleanser let out a roar. Fellow sect members of the 5 Elements planet's Gue E-Sect, someone is provoking our Gue E-Sect. We treated him politely before, but this person is arrogant and despotic. Everyone from the Gue E-Sect on Planet 5 Elements, someone is provoking our Gue E-Sect. We treated him politely, but this person is arrogant and extremely arrogant. That's right, this person is named Wang Lin. I've heard of him as well. He is notorious outside the 5 Elements sect and is extremely cruel. Wherever he goes, lives are lost, and no one is left alive. Not long ago, I heard of a cultivation planet with a family named Tongue. Because he fancied a treasure from his uncle's family, he slaughtered the entire family. He didn't even let the mortals go, and blood flowed like a river. That's right, this person's name is Wang Lin. I've heard of him before. He is notorious outside the Five-Element sect and is extremely cruel. Wherever he goes, he slaughters his way into Planet Five Elements. He says he's looking for Elder Na Duo, but in truth, he wants to destroy our Gue-E sect. Also, I know that our Gue-E sect's beloved Elder Na Duo encountered Wang Lin when he was slaughtering mortals and female cultivators. Elder Na Duo tried to stop him, but he didn't kill him because his cultivation level wasn't high. However, not only was he not grateful, he slaughtered his way into Planet Five Elements after his cultivation level increased. It sounds like he's looking for Elder Na Duo, but in truth, he wants to destroy our Gue-E sect. How can we let such a shameless, despicable, and heartless person behave so atrociously on Planet Five Elements? This kind of demonic cultivator can be killed by anyone. Killing him is equivalent to saving countless people. Fellow sect members, our cultivation levels are not as high as his, but we have more people. He is only one person, but we have countless people. Words like this gradually increased. Those who didn't understand Wang Lin or didn't recognize Wang Lin at all gradually believed these words. They looked at Wang Lin through the vortex mirror in the sky with anger and hatred. Wang Lin couldn't hear these words. Even if he could hear them, he wouldn't care or take them to heart. At this moment, he was standing on the head of the fire giant and walking out of the five elemental fire formation. Before Zhanjiu was the vast sea. The rain fell from the sky and landed on the giant and the 9 Shilins behind it, creating a magnetic sound. Among the 5 elements, water and fire counter each other. Fire and water could never coexist. At this moment, the 9 Shilins let out low roars inside the water formation. In front of Wang Lin was a middle-aged man with a head of black hair. His right hand was straight, and he held a blue spear. He was wearing armor and was looking at Wang Lin coldly. Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin looked over, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a roar and jumped into the air. The waves under his feet roared and surged. The sea went crazy and waves rumbled. Roars came from the sea around Wang Lin. For walls of water that were 100,000 feet tall suddenly gathered and completely sealed Wang Lin inside. At the same time, the black-haired middle-aged man let out a heaven-shaking roar and jumped into the air. He held the spear in his right hand and threw it at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the walls of water. His body moved with the spear, and as he closed in, he turned into a long blue arc. Behind the man, the dark clouds in the sky became even denser, and the rain continued to pour down. Countless raindrops fell and turned into a long spear of rain behind him that swiftly closed in with his body. All of this happened too fast. The 9 Shilins behind Wang Lin let out roars and passed Wang Lin to charge at the spear. However, the moment they moved forward, they were submerged by the waves. Even Wang Lin's body and the fire giant under him were submerged by the collapsing walls of water and the spear from the middle-aged man. The moment Wang Lin's body was completely submerged by the water, the spear formed by the rain behind the middle-aged man stabbed into the sea with a bang. The sea roared and set off monstrous waves. Wang Lin and the fire giant no longer existed. The only thing that remained was the handsome middle-aged man with fluttering black hair. Is this all you have? Here, I'm the water spirit, and inside the 5-element formation, I'm a celestial god. You can use the fire essence, but you can't. The middle-aged man said with a cold and arrogant expression. The moment his words came out, all the cultivators of the Gue-E sect outside the tower on Planet 5 Elements let out heaven-shaking cheers. Who can resist Lord Water General? No matter how strong that despicable person's fire is, it will be extinguished before Lord Water General. Lord Water General has already reached the legendary 3rd step. What right does this damn invader have to resist? Bursts of cheers echoed in the world. The middle-aged man in the vortex in the sky had an extremely arrogant expression. He raised the spear in his right hand and pointed it at the sea. "Wang Lin, you're only injured. Get out here for me." At the instant he said those words, the sea beneath him suddenly let out a violent rumble. As that rumble echoed, the seawater was pushed away and shot into the sky. The waves of seawater blocked the water general's vision, and at the instant the seawater shot into the sky, the water general's body swayed and was about to sink down. But suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang out behind him. "I'm here." The water general's expression changed greatly, and he was about to turn around. Wang Lin walked out from the water curtain behind him and raised his right hand to hit the water general's body. The origin energy and destructive aura rushed into the water general's body, causing his internal organs to collapse, his bones to shatter, and his flesh to separate. The water general coughed out blood, and his body trembled violently as he was thrown out. Popping sounds came from within his body, and fine cracks immediately appeared on the all armor on his body, but it didn't break. Instead, a large amount of life force came from the cracks and entered the water general's body, causing his fatal injuries to recover. Wang Lin exclaimed and slowly walked out. "A very strange armor. Your cultivation level hasn't reached the 3rd step, but after wearing this armor, you could display the power of a 3rd step cultivator. However, this armor has a lot of drawbacks. After wearing it, it is the armor that controls you, not the other way around." Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and everything before him was different. He had used the restriction essence to form his own law, allowing him to clearly see the secret of this armor. His words were very casual, but when the water general heard them, his fear was immediately replaced with terror. At this moment, outside Planet 5 Elements, 5 rings of light surrounded Planet 5 Elements. The black-haired young man from the immortal astral continent, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, stood outside and calmly looked at everything happening inside the rings. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo revealed a happy smile. "So this child is called Wang Lin. Not bad, very good. The Guei sex armor is also very famous in the Celestial Clan. For him to be able to see through it, very good." The gap between the monthly votes was getting smaller and smaller. It was difficult to remain calm. It was very difficult to remain calm. Now is the time to fight the bayonets. How many people have bayonets? Let's charge. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.